is the national coordinator of Tostan Senegal. She has been involved in community development for over 20 years and is now a role model for female leadership for Tostan and civil society in Senegal and the sub-region. She has actually spent her entire professional career at Tostan, holding several different positions, and now leads the national efforts in Senegal. So again, welcome, Rose. Alexander, I should have asked you how to pronounce your last name, but I'm just going to leave it with Alex, so I don't embarrass myself and embarrass you. I'm so sorry.
You still try.
Okay, Kayare Mate,
We'll take that.
something like that. But Alexander leads the Global Fund for Children's Grant Making, Capacity Strengthening, Integrated Programming, and Stakeholder Engagement across the continent. He is an international development strategist and a community development advocate with over a decade of experience in grant making, program strategy, design, implementation, and management. His journey actually started from the private sector and into the philanthropy sector, and I think this really positions him to offer a unique expertise and value to all stakeholders seeking to create impact in their everyday work and giving. So welcome, Alex. And finally, last but not least, is Ibrahim Tanko Amidou, just known as Tanko, is the Executive Director for Star Ghana Foundation. He has been involved in philanthropy and development sector in management, civil society strengthening, and social development for the past 20, or for over 20 years, and has extensive experience that spans from facilitating strategic planning processes, design and implementation of monitoring, evaluation and learning systems, institutional strengthening of state and non-state actors, as well as governance and program management. Before becoming the ED for Star Ghana, he was the program director of Star Ghana program from 2011 to 2020, and successfully transitioned the program into what it is now, the Star Ghana Foundation. And I'm sure maybe in his presentation, he might talk about some of the battle wounds that came from that in terms of moving from a donor darling pooled funding to now standing as an independent organization in Accra, in Ghana. So welcome so much. So I think we'll just jump right into it, if that's okay. Community philanthropy really is this emergent new concept, and it can mean many things to different people. And as I talked about earlier, defining it is sometimes part of the problem in why we can't really talk about impact and skill in the way that many of the speakers this morning talked about. So how do you define community philanthropy? And we can start with you, Rose.
Voilà, merci beaucoup.
Thank you. First of all, allow me to thank the organizer of this breakout session, thanking also the speakers, thanking them for bringing us together around such an important theme. How do we define African philanthropy? Whether you call it community philanthropy or community empowerment or community development, what we mean by that is first and foremost to recognize that the community is at the center of work that we perform. So all actions that should be implemented, all activities, all initiatives that will lead to behavioral change and bringing communities to sustainable development should be borne by communities themselves. So as an organization, we should come forth just to assist. And that is why I'm going to touch a little bit on the organization I work for, which is called Tostan. We have a model which is a human rights-based model. When we talk about human rights, first you have the rights but also responsibilities. Very often that's where we try and bring communities to be aware of their roles and responsibilities within their communities. Let me just share an example. Take the example of right to education. It's important for communities to understand the role of education, the importance of education. I recollect when we were carrying out grassroots surveys, when we ask women what are your rights, the response would be to submit, to educate children, to go to the market, etc., which shows that before being aware of something, first and foremost, you have to understand that thing for you to to truly play your role. That is why in human rights education, we try to bring communities to understand the importance of individual rights that we are trying to promote. If it is rights to health or to education or to be protected against any form of violence, it is vital that communities definitely know what are their rights. Now, once they are aware of these rights, it is important to identify all that we are doing, which is promoting their rights and everything that is a violation of their rights, which is promoting rights. So once these communities know what goes against their rights, then they will have to take action, meaning that they have to take their responsibilities if they want to bring solutions to the benefit of their communities. That is why I'm saying, with regard to philanthropy, we have to acknowledge that community is at the center of the work, of the activities. All of us here, we do nothing but assisting them to carry out their activities and to promote their own development. Thanks. Même question pour vous. Comment est-ce que vous définissez? Voilà. Pour Global Fund for Children, nous existons depuis très longtemps et nous avons toujours appuyé les organisations individuelles pour le renforcement des capacités et le financement souple. Récemment, on s'est rendu compte que ces organisations travaillent dans les communautés et pour autant qu'elles cherchent à appuyer l'autonomisation des différents groupes, ces groupes, que ce soit les enfants, les jeunes hommes, les femmes, les jeunes filles, les hommes, ils existent, ces groupes, au sein des communautés. Donc, il est important de s'intéresser aux besoins uniques des communautés. Pour nous, il est surtout question, enfin, les différentes stratégies qu'on met en œuvre pour appuyer les organisations, pour mieux écouter les communautés et être en mesure de profiter des peurs au sein de la communauté pour pouvoir positionner la communauté correctement. C'est vrai que d'habitude, le manque de résultats de développement amène ces organisations à commencer à travailler dans ces communautés et nous pensons que chaque communauté, malgré la situation dans laquelle elle se trouve, devrait avoir des compétences apportées autour de la table. Donc le processus, c'est vraiment de voir quelles sont les différentes dynamiques de la communauté et essayer de profiter de cela et écouter les forces qui existent dans la communauté pour pouvoir travailler en partenariat avec la communauté plutôt que de travailler simplement pour elle. Voilà ce qu'on entend par travail communautaire ou philanthropie communautaire. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much to Global Fund for Community Philanthropy. Thank you for the opportunity to share our experience with Burkina Faso, sharing this with participants to the 4th African Philanthropy Conference. As regards IPVF, we have a specificity, knowing that we are national young girls, young women organization, including men, I should say, working on capacity building, leadership development, empowerment of men, of women and girls. So, concurrently, at the beginning of activities in 2019, we carried out a diagnostic study in West Africa in 9 countries, 9 French-speaking countries, which highlighted the need for funding organizations which are led by young girls and young women. This study was carried out by young girls and young women themselves, which were at the height of this process. As a result, in 2020, in July, we launched a fund, which is the Fund of Young Feminists of Francophone West Africa. As a young body, we have launched this fund given the need in our region and the importance of resource mobilization in our region. Now, coming back to community philanthropy, I will say that this is endogenous, which is community-centered. As far as we are concerned, we focus on young girls and young women via bottom-up development strategy, which is taking individuals, putting them at the heart of this process, as was said by Joseph Kizerbo, high-flying academic. He says, I quote unquote, one has to rely on one's own strength to develop. So we know that young women, young girls have potentialities and are the better positions to identify their needs, to focus their actions, to strengthen their activities, to work on their own empowerment. That is why we support them via capacity building, via sound control of rights issues, and also identifying the capacity they have to get together and work together to develop their potential, also pooling their resources, the resources they need to support their development, their empowerment. So for us, community philanthropy is a community-centered inside the community, and it also relies on the strength of the community for it to be developed and to build. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The advantage of being the last is always that you can say, I agree with what the rest have said, and to pass on the microphone. So yes, I agree with everything that my colleagues have said. Just to add a little bit, and that I'm approaching this from the perspective that community philanthropy is a process, mobilizing community resources, knowledge, and voices, around a shared agenda, shared issues, and leveraging that to promote sustainable development. That community philanthropy could be around a geographic community, or it could be a community such as maybe women, young people, etc., or a community around issues. So those who are working on health, those who are working on education, or some specific issues. So we are looking at this as one, the process, two, as the mobilization, particularly of all voices within the community, three, the importance of a shared agenda or shared issue, or that the mobilizations around salient issues, and four, that it's not a standalone approach or tool, and so you use that to leverage additional resources to influence policy and practice that would, at the end of the day, result in inclusive development, result in sustainable development. For Star Ghana Foundation, what we have been doing has been first to provide support to communities, to CSOs, to test various models of community philanthropy that addresses, their needs, that is aligned to their context, to promoting shared learning amongst all these various partners, So we, facilitate communities of practice and learning to kind of share lessons and etc. Three, to support these communities of practice to engage with policy, with policymakers, etc., so as to influence policy and practice, whether at the community level, at the district, or at the national level. That's essentially what we do, and this is the context from which we are approaching this work. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So from just hearing from everyone, I think one of the common threads, if I were to weave it in, is that, recognizing that communities actually have their own power. and using agency and voice to actually articulate needs for that community. So like Alex, I think what you mentioned is not viewing communities from a place of lack. Like there already are assets, there's knowledge, there are people, there are resources within those communities that can be used to leverage further development that is sustainable, that is durable, that is inclusive. So I think just one of the things I'm hearing from all of you is recognizing that communities already have rights. And if they are unaware of those rights, it's supporting them in that journey. So thank you. I'm going to go into a little bit about the practice now. So what are, and this question is going to you, Wendy. So what are some of the principles, approaches, and tools to your work that has enabled you to really build trust, dignity, and collective philanthropy? I think one of the things around community philanthropy is really this relational aspect that Dr. Stigmata talked about earlier this morning. Is the relationships that you build in communities is really key. So can you hear me? Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. So how do you build trust, dignity, and collective philanthropy through your work? What are the tools, strategies, practices that you have used?
Merci beaucoup. Moi, j'ai bien saisi la question.
Thank you very much. I understood your question. Now, with regard to our work, earlier I said that we organize our partners who are on the field. We organize them into practice groups. We have groups for young women. We work with women's groups. And we also work a lot on leadership development, capacity building. We have communication spaces to exchange, to train, and through these platforms or spaces, we also have the empowerment component that is tackled with. Like we say, we mobilize people around their interests, and that component is very important in a context such as Burkina Faso. Through our empowerment strategy, which takes into account social economy, and, which includes the social and human rights dimensions, as well as the empowerment dimension, there is this trust between the communities, between the people that share this space and who also share the same challenges within a specific context in order to work together to promote their rights on the one hand and also to develop joint initiatives that are inclusive that will help them to build their capacities. Just an experience I want to share with you, our work with women who are involved in processing activities and manufacturing activities, because that is the main work in rural areas in our context. To share one of the strategies, our empowerment strategies for the savings and credit groups at the village level, which consists of for a group of providers who have the raw materials in one community to give loans to women for their work, and then they will reimburse either in kind or in cash. And we were with these women for a training on a microcredit to strengthen their capacities in managing their economies and their income-generating activities. And we realized that these women were being exploited by one man in the village who would take their goods and in return would tax them very strongly for his raw materials. And when we did the training with these women, they realized that they could organize themselves better and get their raw materials from elsewhere other than this person who was exploiting them. And unfortunately, that is the case in the experiences that we see, because a lot of women do not have much knowledge on management. They lack opportunities or information on how to get their raw materials and how to manage their resources. So we support them through strategies that establish a relationship of trust between us and these women, and which is beneficial to them in terms of capacity building in order to better manage their organizations, their communities, and especially their resources. So these are very important strategies. But what we also observed in our context is that women organize themselves in communities. We provide support through initiatives, small training programs that are not accessible at lower cost for the management of their businesses. And these are small modules that we can deliver in local languages. You don't have to be literate in order to learn these modules, but they are accessible and available, and we organize short sessions that help women to better learn, to better manage their micro businesses, and especially to enhance their skills on how to expand their businesses and how to work together in a better way. In addition to that, we also concentrate on the social and economic component. For the human rights dimension, we cannot dissociate the life of women from the economic component and the violence component, because sometimes there's an intimate relationship between these two. Poverty leads to violence, and empowerment helps women to strengthen their authority, to adapt, to better organize themselves, and especially better improve their living conditions. So we add other initiatives such as chats and awareness raising on human rights, and these are approaches that strengthen relations between these women. They share their joint experiences, ideas, and their challenges especially, and work hand in hand in order to meet them. In terms of tools also, we use facilitation strategies that I would term as very participatory and inclusive, that allows all categories of women to work together without discrimination, share the same space, and especially strengthen their collaboration. And also to build synergy, because generally we observe that women generally work in silos. Each community, each activity in a specific manner work in silos. And so they learn how to share together when they are together as a group. So we promote inclusion and synergy of actions in these communities with these women, so that they can come together and better expand their activities, better leverage community resources, and work together. Also, we have a project Giving for Chance. We strengthen capacities in terms of so that they can go beyond their organizations in order to mobilize resources from local communities, from, how would I say, the people who have the resources in their communities. So these are mobilization strategies that we employ also, which help to have joint initiatives such as building schools for the community, building a health center for the community in order to improve living conditions, as well as the mobilization of resources at a local level. This needs the involvement of devolved authorities, decentralized authorities, so that these communities are included in the development plans of the communities, especially the needs of women and children when it comes to schools and health centers. So these are strategies and approaches that help to develop the mobilization of local resources and develop the communities with which we work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Wendy. So it's not rocket science. essentially. Like this is, you know, working with communities. It doesn't have to be sort of this cloak and dagger aspect. You know, if you are creative, if you are intentional, if you are innovative, there are many ways to interact and to engage and leverage power from community, especially around resource mobilization. And this is about money coming from communities, right? Not monies to communities. So my next question to Rose is really that tension between funding or resources that come from communities versus resources that come external in, whether that's international donors, national donors, high network individuals, however is coming externally into that community. How do you balance that really to emphasize transparency, emphasize resources and trust without displacing what is currently in those communities so that it doesn't dispel or displace?
Voilà, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Maybe I will just come back, if you allow me, to the fact that if we acknowledge that the communities are key stakeholders, then we can ask the question, how can we establish relationships and support communities to the maximum to support the change that they want? How can we involve them in a manner which calls on them to be true partners and maximize and take advantage of the external resources? Our model is to slowly build over 30 years. When I say 30 years, because every day is a lesson, every day you have to improve, taking into account the needs and specificities of each community. So maybe we cannot share all the lessons learned, but there are aspects that we have deem as being key aspects, including the need for an aspirational aspect based on the strengths. We do not focus on weaknesses, we focus rather on strengths. In order to encourage communities to develop and share their vision based on their values, and to support adults and adolescents by strengthening their capacities in key areas so that they can learn and demonstrate their skills that have until now been underutilized. I said earlier it is important to ensure that communities have trust in you, to show that you have the potential, and if you want to succeed, you can do so. And no one can develop their area, their neighborhoods other than them. So they have to be aware, understand that nobody can develop their areas other than them. Now, Protestant's program was developed by listening to the needs of the people, the information, skills, experience that they deem as relevant. So our starting point is the communities. Our model is guided by the priorities of the communities. Tostan facilitates the establishment of frameworks, and based on these frameworks, the communities put in place strategies to develop these. You know, what I mean is they have community management groups in each village, which comprises 17 members, including 9 women at least. And these groups include adults and adolescents as well as youth. Our model is guided by the priorities of the communities because it facilitates the establishment of a framework, whereas communities build their activities based on these frameworks. We have community-based groups that are led by women, and they are the main sustainable entities. Why I mean sustainable entities? Because they are called on to take decisions, to take initiatives at the community level. And all the decisions that are taken at the community level, it is the management committee itself that will be monitoring the implementation of these activities. The community invests a lot and strengthens the capacity of the management committee so that it can promote a holistic approach. We are talking about holistic approach because in communities we do not intervene in one specific area. For example, in the community-based management committee, there is a subcommittee that is in charge of environmental issues, another subcommittee in charge of education, another one in charge of health, of child protection, etc., etc. So this helps them to work in a holistic manner instead of working on specific themes, because we know that their needs are many and they have to do everything in order to meet the needs of their areas. Now, the other aspect that we focus on is in the development of our strategic engagement plan. Generally, it's Tustan who would sit down and write it and draft this. But afterwards, we realized that it was important to consult the communities when we were developing these engagement plans. And this is why last year, in the engagement plan that we drafted for 2023-2030, a lot of communities were consulted, were involved so that they could give their views with regard to what it should look like, what this strategic engagement plan of substance should look like. And for this reason, that this plan, there is an additional voice which strengthens what the communities are doing. This shows that it is very important. Now, to respond specifically to your question, I think it is important to have an overall view. We have global systems which obviously do not take into account or do not invest in local capacity, at least not directly and often not at all. And I believe that many of us here in this group play a role, act as a bridge, and that is very important. We are partners who invite others to come to have the power potential to develop the potential of communities. I think there are possibilities that are open to us. That is to shift the theme of sustainability to the first place by reminding ourselves that we are not only looking for impact as in a sector, but a sustainable impact, an impact that is spreads over several years. In our program, it's not only about what the communities know or have done within the framework of the program. It is not only about a 3-year program. That is why we are looking for financial partners, strategic partners, with whom we will develop sustainable partnerships over several years. So at the community level, we strengthen their capacities to look for sustainable partners, strategic partners, financial partners, so that they can achieve their vision. We said earlier on that in each community, as soon as we arrive, these communities have a vision. They share their vision with us, whether it's education, whether it's health, related to health. In general, what they want is what I know is that there are always aspects relating to education, health in their vision, etc. I think early on, my colleague here said so. They have to work in order to achieve that vision. So we have seen so many communities doing things for themselves with regard to income generating activity, etc., with regard to the community markets, because there were none previously, through for-profit activities. But we also saw communities that go and talk to health posts in Giringbaba, where we were invited recently to participate in the inauguration of their health centers. When we were working with them before, they had organized activities to have health posts. Then they went on from they wanted to have a health nurse there. Then they asked for a health hut, and later on they asked for a nurse to be present, and finally they asked for another organization to build a health post for them. So it's very important. And they told us, you have to come and celebrate with us because you did not give us a fish, but you taught us how to fish, actually. And each day we will be able to fish some more. And that is very important. We also see other communities where they needed schools. They contacted donors until they were able to build schools in their communities. So there are several activities that they implemented, but all of that based on the vision of the community. The other aspect also, there is the territorial, local governments rather. When we're working with communities, we also work with the local government authorities that have responsibilities in that that develop community-based plans and have to take into account the visions of the community. So these authorities have to work with the communities participate in the development of their plans in order to make sure that their priorities are included. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think I'll just actually I'll give her a round of applause for all of that. that is, and you're right. I think with Tostan, with over 30 years on the ground working with communities, there are many lessons learned. And I think one of the things I took away from your presentation just now was the way you were Tostan was able to pivot doing one way in terms of around your strategic plan. Normally you would have done it yourself, you would have had your own experts do it, but to have communities now be part of that process with you. So that is an example of pivoting and changing your approaches to really listening to communities and in that way building trust, which is something that we talked about in the beginning. So thank you so much for sharing all of that. I'm going to move over now to Tanko in trying to connect the dots between what's happening at the hyperlocal with grassroots organizations and to some of these, like this conference, this regional, national, continental, and other global conversations. What role can international actors in particular play in supporting and growing local giving and community philanthropy? And maybe a part two to my question would be, how can we really join up efforts of what's happening, again, like I mentioned, at the local level to global level around systems change? Do you have? Okay, great.
Yeah, thank you very much. I hope I've understood it. I think first I would start with the joined upness because I think for me that is at the heart of effective, sustainable, inclusive community philanthropy. That often we focus on specific, community philanthropy initiatives. We focus on specific projects that are being funded, forgetting that for these to be effective, for it to be inclusive, sustainable, we don't need islands of good practice. We need a joined up, a community of philanthropic foundations, institutions, etc. That's the only way that we can influence what happens outside of the project or even the issues that affect the project or the foundation. So for us, the starting point is facilitating a community of practice and learning that brings together, community foundations, community organizations that are involved in something like this. These are peer organizations, these are peer institutions, these are peer foundations that are able to connect with each other and able to share. But it goes beyond, the community of practice goes beyond sharing. it also looks at what are the bigger issues that they cannot address individually, but would be able to do so when they mobilize and work together. So then it moves from being a community of learning to a community for joint action. And therefore, they begin to look at who else do we need to engage with. And I think that is where, the facilitator's role becomes quite important. The facilitator could be an international organization, it could be a national foundation, whatever, but helping to broker, helping to strengthen spaces where these communities of philanthropic organizations, institutions, can collectively engage with duty bearers, policymakers, etc. And so in Ghana, for example, one of the issues that came out from the communities of practice was the whole tax regime and how that affects their ability to mobilize resources and etc. And so what we did was then to, convene a dialogue that brought, the tax authorities, the community foundations and etc. to have a discussion. What needs to be done, what is the law, etc. And out of that are beginning to emerge some issues that they can take forward. So that whole thing around the spaces where local foundations, community, philanthropic institutions can engage collectively is very important. There may be some existing spaces, but some of them may not be inclusive. And so how then even the existing spaces, how you make them inclusive and accessible to the local partners. I think with the international organizations, our experiences vary. First, you do have some international organizations that are directly supporting local, philanthropic initiatives. And for such organizations, I think the key thing is recognizing their roles as facilitators. That where that role is not put at the center, then you have a situation where you are supporting organizations to do, what you want them to do. And what then results is that this is not sustainable. This ends when the international organization support ends. For those that are not directly facilitating or funding these processes, I think what we have found useful has been, to engage with conversations and with INGOs that are working, internationally and etc. So, for example, the Reimagining INGO, the Ringo initiative, we found that as a very useful space where we have fed in, the lessons, the experiences, and etc., seeking to influence how these work. But we're also beginning to look at how we strengthen a Ghana Civil Society Forum that brings together INGOs working in Ghana and others to see how do we influence the policies and practices. And I think,
Et je pense qu'il faut peut-être entrer dans des conversations avec ces mouvements. Cela peut aider à influencer les politiques, les pratiques des ONG internationales. Même avec les meilleures intentions, le vocabulaire, le langage, l'ancienne façon de procéder sert à perpétuer et à renforcer l'ancienne méthodologie. Là, c'est ma perspective. Merci. Merci beaucoup. Il est important d'insister sur le rôle des uns et des autres. Je vais peut-être rapidement me tourner vers Alex. Il y a eu un commentaire qui avait été fait ce matin sur comment on fait le passage à l'échelle, comment on évalue ce qui a été considéré comme une réussite. Et on présume aussi qu'il y a plusieurs façons d'évaluer, de mesurer les projets sur le terrain au niveau des communautés. Comment est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Scream into the microphone. I'm so sorry. So what are the diverse accountability requirements of different international and local actors? How can that be taken into account? How do you measure with many different demanding factors on you?
Yeah, so I see that we're getting a time check here, so I'll be quite brief.
We have 5 minutes? Oh, 10.
I'll be brief. I think some of the themes that I would have touched on have already been talked about, but it really starts from the very first interaction with the community members, and making sure that you're meaningfully engaging them as you develop your tools, your frameworks, so that they are meaningfully a part of the assessment. It's one thing to develop something and then go to a community, regardless of however you define the community, and sort of collect your data. That starts to feel very extractive, as opposed to them being part of the process, where they can then even take some learnings from that process themselves to continue in the process of improving their communities and realizing the outcomes that Rose and my other colleagues talked about, where they sort of vision together what a collective sense of well-being or prosperity would look like. So that's one of the first key things, that they should be tangibly and meaningfully involved in the development of whatever assessments you will. Now, the assessments would obviously differ from project to project, from program to program, but ultimately, if they're involved, they tend to shape what it ends up looking like, and then also claim a sense of ownership for these things. The other thing is also collaboration, which has been talked about in the morning and also here. In every step of the process, because monitoring, evaluation, learning has several different phases, also making sure that they are part of it, and even providing the opportunity to collaborate across different organizations. I think it was Mr. Mamadou who talked about an example where a few different organizations were funding a similar organization, but were requiring different things from them. Now, just transposing that to a community level, you can imagine what strain it provides to the community, with constant people going in to ask maybe similar questions, but only phrased in different ways. And that's something that we need to be careful about, that as we talk about shift of power and participatory grant making and all of that, to really realize these outcomes, we need to take that to the community level as well. It doesn't end at just the organizational level and sort of like quote unquote grant recipients, but really the ultimate beneficiaries of all these funds are the individuals within the communities and the community at large. And so really thinking through in that regard.
Thank you so much. I'm going to leave one question for all four of you to mull over. I'm going to move over to the audience, but this last question that I'll come back to you is really, what should our rallying cry or message or call to action be for others to follow when it comes to community philanthropy? What is our call to action for community philanthropy? Just to have that marinate for a minute while I go to the audience. I know we also have in the audience Tilitonse Foundation, Usman and Amanda. I don't know if they're still here. Yes. Yeah, if you want to respond to also that same question in terms of what is our call for action or message or rallying cry around community philanthropy? What are also some of the lessons that you have? The Tilitonse Foundation is also a partner for the Global Fund and wanted to be part of the panel, but came in, but we already had a full space, so they are also participating, but from the audience floor as well. So I don't know if there's a microphone.
Thank you very much. As already introduced, Tilitonse Foundation is also a grant-making organization, a local grant-making organization, but we are also into capacity development and research and learning. So at this point in time, we would also want to rally behind everybody else to call upon that indeed everything should start with the community, because they know what they want and they have the resources in terms of the voices, even some of the resources in kind. But what is needed is just facilitation so that they are able to come up clearly together that they need something and then be supported. Let me also take this opportunity that at the moment, as in Tiritose Foundation, we have partners that are engaged in community philanthropy, who you said there's Kennedy, who is our colleague, who actually are doing that at their organization. He might also just share with us.
Thank you so much, Amanda, and thanks the panel and everyone. I'm Osman Kennedy. I am the executive chairman of Makanjira Development Foundation, which is based in Malawi, the southern part of Malawi. This organization was established in 2019. And the reason why the organization was established was to give power to the people to participate in the development of their communities, because we observed that for a long time, we're having organizations that were coming in our community to implement projects that were conceptualized elsewhere. And we felt they were coming with their own problems, not problems that were, in our community. So we are helping them to implement problems that they had imported from elsewhere. Now, we said, let's come up with our own organization, see the problems that we have, and perhaps mobilize ourselves to implement activities or projects that would help us to deal with those problems. So right from the establishment of the organization, what we did was to ensure that the organization was people-led, community-led. And to do that, what we did was to establish strong structures, right? We have a general assembly that is comprised of all the members of the community that have that interest to participate in the development of the community. So they contribute membership subscriptions that we use to develop the community. We have the board that has, traditional leaders, members of the ADC, area development committees. They are in that board, right? And we have the forum executive committee, the secretariat, and the chapters. And these chapters are in all the strategic places, including outside the country. We have a chapter in South Africa, we have a chapter in Johannesburg, and in those areas that I've just mentioned, we have members from the community. And we have tried to ensure that those people should not be left behind. Let them contribute. Today, I was just checking a text from South Africa where our colleagues have contributed 7,600 something in 2 months, rands that is, yeah, only in Cape Town chapter. And we have other chapters, so that money is channeled to Malawi, to our main account, and we use that money to develop our community. The same applies to other, areas of Malawi. We have the chapters in Zuzu, in Lilongwe, wherever a member of our community lives, we ensure that those people are incorporated. And you would also wish to appreciate that our organization, what we have done is to ensure that we have not, we do not, enable or allow educational qualifications to be a barrier, yes, for people not to participate in the activities of our organization. So we have people that have any qualifications, but they are participating. We have even included some to be coordinators of our chapters. Yeah, yet they do not have, academic credentials. Why? Because we have tried to ensure that this organization should be all inclusive, people should participate. So just to share with you what we have done so far, our community so far has, with the resources that we have within the community, we have constructed a girls' hostel. Very big hostel, beautiful, with our own resources. If I had the chance, I would have even beamed it just to show you what we have done. With our own resources, buying cement, iron sheets and everything, that hostel is now, operational in our community. We have established a human rights defenders, program that is there to ensure that it helps people, especially those that suffer human rights violation, to seek justice. And now what we have done is to, incorporate the services of lawyers within the community to support these people for free, right? And I mean, that's another important principle. What we're saying is for people to engage in France, it's not only about money. Anything that you can contribute, including your expertise, right? So the Human Rights Defenders, program is also there. We have introduced youth-led programs. Currently, we are doing talent management in the community so that those that have talent, for example, football we can market their talents. You know, we have clubs in Malawi that, you know, engage youth from elsewhere, but we have seen that some do not go far with their talent because, you know, that talent is ending in the community because they don't have exposure, and we're doing that talent management. We have established community radio clubs around the community in conjunction with Tiritonse. They supported us to, you know, to have a toll-free line that the community used to, you know, report drug privilege in hospitals and even report, you know, services that are not, you know, helping them, those people that are not helping them, those that are, you know, selling drugs, so that people can even define or, you know, tell the service providers the nature of the service that they want. So we have that toll-free number that is helping people to, you know, report any issues of, you know, underperformance in the health centers around the community. So that's what we are doing. We are doing a lot, but because of time, we cannot manage to, you know, showcase everything. But there are, you know, I just wanted to agree with the speakers that it's possible that the community, if given that power, people within the communities can participate and make decisions on their own and be actors, active agents of development in their own communities.
Thank you so much, Usman. I really appreciated that. And I think there was a comment you made in terms of not implementing solutions to other people's problems, which is the pushback to how aid sometimes is done, is that it's other problem solutions that are packaged externally and brought into a community where there is no ownership of that process because those issues don't belong to them, right? So it's that pushback and rejection of that. I was told that we have actually a little bit more time than we were initially told. So we got maybe 10 more minutes or about 15 more minutes. So I don't know if there are any questions from the audience, and I can try to move around. I don't know if there's an extra. Thank you. No, this one should stay up here. And they can have my, I saw your hand first, and I'll come back to you.
Merci.
Thank you, Madam the Moderator. My name is Abdoulaye Diallo. I'm Research Officer and Knowledge Management at RADO, the African Organization for Human Rights in West Africa, and very involved in a lot of parts of Africa, member of the ECOSOC of AU, member of the UN ECOSOC. In fact, I want to commend the work by my colleague from Tostan. They have worked extensively on women's rights. And 2 years ago, or 3 years ago, we shared the same project on children begging in the streets. And I really would like to hail the work you are doing at community level as human rights champions. We have had feedback on that. The good practice with basic grassroots communities organizations. We all know of all that. Apart from that, civil society organizations in Senegal have a problem regarding funding of their projects. Based on your experience as an officer, Tostan official, what are the mechanisms and the models that you want to implement to support civil society organizations in Senegal? And the other thing is this. African philanthropy, has it got the impact to focus on socio-cultural rights in all African countries? Maybe I should stop there. The rest will be comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Was there another
Merci beaucoup. Y a-t-il une autre question?
Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup aux panélistes.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the panelists. Very rich presentations. I have 2 concerns, but this being said, I want to revisit the issue of community philanthropy with regard to what the success story looks like. This has been touched on. And I must say that my concern is that globally we assess success vis-à-vis our own criteria, vis-à-vis our own objectives, the objectives of the organization. And quite often we leave aside, how should I say, the community references. And for me, one of the major challenges is to provide community solutions that do not tally with the challenges because you have not understood or you have not championed the real needs of population. Let me give you an example. I belong to an organization which is called SICA, and get involved with what it means in Swahili. This is a structure that aims at catalyzing and encouraging local initiatives to solve local challenges that the community is facing. One of the problems we encountered, is that, generally speaking, what we see as a problem in the community may be different from what the community itself sees as a problem. Let me give you an example. Regarding education, standards for access to education as actors of urban areas may be different from standards or education standards or norms which you will find in communities. And we have tried to establish a project to improve education conditions in the community. We thought that education infrastructure was most important. Whilst for the community, simple access to education for the young girl, young boy is the priority. Since we didn't have enough resources, we were encountering problems to choose between ensuring increased access to education for children in the village or to build a school with better adapted standards. At the end of the day, the community option was given priority, and we have eventually rehabilitated the project. Whilst at the beginning, we wanted to build a school that tallies with classical standards. So, at what time can we say in the community that we have been successful? How do we assess success with regard to this community philanthropy? Knowing that community has standards which may not be ours, or should it be to try and understand the challenges of the community so as to know what are the real needs? How does he, or how is the solution, what is the solution looking like? I heard one of the presenters, I think it was Ghana, so, well, Alex, he said that based on his experience, he no longer needs partnering with international bodies. I want to understand how they have managed to create this autonomy in terms of resources, vis-à-vis resources. Donc, il y a deux questions, si j'ai bien compris. Une question sur les discussions avec les donateurs internationaux et vous voulez répondre?
To repeat the question?
Alors, la question par rapport à...
Well, regarding your organization, he's speaking English.
How can you... Yeah, okay, je peux dire en anglais. Yeah, how did you achieve the autonomy of your organization? You said you have said that you don't need partnership with international organization so as you can implement your activities with or your organization. So how did you build this autonomy so as to be able to get your own financial capacity for your organization?
Do you need a microphone?
Thank you very much. And I really wish what you said is true in the sense that we don't need those resources, but actually we still raise funding from international sources, from other local sources. So we aren't that autonomous yet. But what we have sought to do has been to be very clear about who we are, what we seek to do, and to use that as the basis in terms of the partnerships, the kinds of partnerships we enter into, and the kinds of organizations that we work with. And so even though we aren't financially very strong, but we've had the courage to, from time to time, say, no, this funding is not for us, but also to kind of indicate that we want to co-create, whatever partnerships, whatever projects that we are entering into with international organizations. Initially, it was very difficult for us, but I think increasingly, donors have come to accept that this is who we are. And so being very clear about who you are, making sure that you use every channel, every opportunity that you get to just reinforce that message is quite important. I think the second is also to mobilize the whole organization around those core beliefs, because sometimes when it's getting to the end of the month and you are really wondering where is the next salary going to come from, you might panic and say, well, let's go for whatever is coming in. So I think how to use those ones to pursue what you need to do is also very important. And so when we were approached by FCDO and Comic Relief to be the anchor partners for the Shift the Power program in Ghana, our first concern was, would FCDO be able to work along the values, the principles of Shift the Power? Because if you've worked with FCDO before, you know the kind of donor they are and how they work. But it's interesting that they said, we want to learn. But more importantly, we want you to also generate the kind of evidence that we can use to influence UK government policy, but also the UK public around, what Shift the Power is all about. So I think it's not just about who you enter into partnership with, but also how you seek to use evidence from your practice to influence the donors' policies and practices. I hope that answers the question for you.
Thank you so much. Yes, Rose, do you want to go ahead?
Voilà, merci beaucoup. Donc,
Thank you very much. Thank you for encouragement. I think there was a question regarding funding. Well, with a focus on mechanisms. I know that it's quite rare to have access to funding. This is a reality for all, given the difficulties that we all encounter. However, the take-home message I want to share is to have good visibility. Good visibility, you may secure it using evidence, because if you implement projects, normally you should be able to have evidence that can help you show impact that you achieved or to assess what you have had in the past. And this is what is going to help us meet with other partners to attract them with evidence produced. You also have to bring partners to the field so as to allow them to see what you're doing, because I know that field visits help partners to see by themselves what you have done. You don't need to express yourselves, rather the communities themselves will express themselves, and this certainly would allow them to better believe in what you're doing, because if they believe in what you're doing, it will be easy to continue this collaboration or to start with a first collaboration exercise with you. I know that collaboration, our funding is increasingly difficult. That is why you need a lot of mechanisms for you to have access to these funds. There was a second question. I forgot it. Can you jog my memory? Maybe I should also tackle the other question. I think it was there was a question to see whether we should assess vis-à-vis what we're doing or vis-à-vis what communities are doing. If you have a program, you have commitments with the donor. So if you assess based on commitments you have taken with donors. But in a facility like Tustin, when you come, the community must establish a community vision. So as you say, by 5 years, this is what I want to achieve. They should be allowed from time to time to assess what they have done regarding this vision. This allows you to see whether this community is still on the right path. If you say in your vision that you want to improve health, community health, what have you done in terms of actions implemented that enable you to say that health is being improved? Now, if you talk about education and you talk about environment or anything else, definitely you have to show what you have done in terms of activities and what are the consequences they have had that can be measured. All this normally should fit within the framework of what we say, because in the reports that we give to donors, during assessment we assess communities. There are things that we want to achieve, and this may not be the priority of the community, simply because they may not know the importance of it. That is why we are there to support and to guide them. Take the case of early marriage. If we want to promote abandoning or relinquishing a child marriage, a community that is steeped in that will never tell you that it is a bad thing that they will stop. But in the strategy that you will implement, they will understand that there are consequences that need an in-depth reflection, and they may be ready to stop. But you cannot say we have this and the community have that. We are siding with them to support, to guide them. Now, as for your second question, sorry, we cannot hear the speaker. The mic is not on. The impact of African philanthropy with communities. The impact of socioeconomic and cultural rights in the framework of African philanthropy. That is, can you be clearer? What is the value added of African philanthropy regarding social and cultural rights? The value added of African philanthropy on communities. I think very often there are activities which are implemented by African philanthropy, even though it is not done directly at community level. It goes through bridges like organizations like ours before reaching the community level. So I think that there are impacts in that way, whether directly or indirectly. Now, I don't know whether I have answered your question or not.
Je vais essayer d'apporter.
Let me try and make a contribution with regard to the concern that was raised about taking into account the needs of societies. In Burkina Faso, with the project Donner for Giving for Change, the strategy is to train communities on how to mobilize local resources. And in this training, communities are called upon to draft an action plan based on their vision, based on the needs of the community. And it is the communities themselves that identify their most urgent needs, the challenges, and we support them to develop their local resource mobilization plan. And with this plan, the key targets are identified within the community, the main donors, the entities, such as the rural community, the local government authorities, and the donors that are based locally. And objectives are set within the local development plan developed by the community. So it is a process of developing from the grassroots level. They identify their needs, and resources are used to implement these plans. And the link with the women that we support, it is still in the dynamic of identifying needs by the communities that we come with accompanying strategies. I will say that it can be a women's organization organizations, but through the women's strategies that we use, we mobilize flexible funds and the organizations that we support, we do not impose the topics, the themes that they work in. They decide on what area they want to work on, and resources are made available based on these needs. And we accompany through inclusive strategies, community-led strategies in order to help them implement. And like she said, even if there are cross-cutting areas relating to the context, related to analysis studies that highlight certain situations such as violence and as well as challenges, these are not themes that we impose upon them, but we help the communities identify themselves what are the most pressing issues. For example, in Burkina Faso, the security, depending on the level of security threats from one area to another, less affected or not, so the needs are not the same. So we accompany the communities based on their specific context, and we help them to implement their actions, which are also assessed based on what the communities have implemented.
I don't know if there are any more questions. If there's one, we have two. I think we are almost, I remember you had, we are almost out of time. So I am going to say, if you have a question, say the question. So we don't have time for comments. So just ask a direct question to the panelists, and I'll collect questions as we go. So if you have a direct question.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Mirabel Ngong from Urgent Action Fund Africa. So my question is this. What are some of the challenges women face specifically in terms of practicing community philanthropy? And based on your successes and the challenges, what do you think are the most important things to consider in sustaining community philanthropy in Africa on long term? Thank you.
Is that to a specific panelist or to all?
The first question on the challenges women face in terms of community philanthropy goes to the female panelist. And then in terms of the challenges faced, it goes to Mr. Ibrahim Tanko.
All right, I'm going to collect one more. There was one back here.
Thank you. Alors, bonsoir à tous.
Good evening, everybody. I work for Ashoka. I just had a question. When we talk about philanthropy, it is true that they are one of the actors who invests money. But when we look at the comparatives, when we compare to the West, there are models where we talk about incentives. Those who are giving money, for example, they have tax exemptions, for example. So my question is, those who are investing, especially in Africa, who are philanthropists, who are putting their money on the table, is there something that will incentivize them to do more? Because when we look at the landscape, we realize that there are a lot of billionaires, people who have the means, but who are really maybe not interested. Why is this the case? The other question is with regard to the objective or the final objective when we invest. Are we geared towards systemic change that tackle the problem at the root of the problem? Because that is where philanthropists or organizations mobilizing such funds are interested in. Is that what they want really? Let me stop here because I do not want to make too much comments.
Take it.
Je commence.
Let me start. I just wanted to answer the question from the challenges faced by women. In Burkina Faso, we have conducted a study on community philanthropy with relate to women. So I will share the challenges that were identified there with regard to resource mobilization at the community level by the women. There is the low level of economic empowerment of women. The study revealed that as a challenge with regard to community mobilization. But in Burkina Faso, we have realized that women were well represented in community philanthropy despite the various challenges relating to their context. So we can say that poverty has a feminine face, so naturally women contribute who contribute to community philanthropy are not many, but they are represented. There is also another thing that emerged in community mobilization, that is sexual harassment. I always say it is women who are sexually harassed, because when a man is in but when it comes to a woman, it's really women who are harassed, who are not men. So the women identified this in the study that was that 7 out of 15 women said that they were victims of harassment when they were mobilizing funds at the local level. There are also stereotypes relating to women, which is also an issue relating to the beliefs and cultural values in the communities. Also trying to make the match between that professional and family life. That also is a challenge when they were mobilizing funds at the local level. Difficulties also to mobilize funding for their initiatives. All of those are the few elements that the study highlighted, the study we conducted in Burkina Faso on the participation of women on community resource mobilization. Now, with regards to the question, in Burkina also we conducted a study on taxation, and my colleague said so earlier. The laws in our country, we have to admit, do not encourage giving in our communities. Like for example, in the U.S., where there is a law that exempts large corporations or people who make gifts and do philanthropic acts. But in Burkina Faso, we have to admit that the law is not that favorable to tax relief, and that does not encourage billionaires, like you said, to make philanthropic acts. I cannot remember the last question, but will give the floor to my colleagues who may want to answer the question.
I think we are keeping others from coming in. So I don't know if anybody else on the panel wants to answer any of the questions really quickly, or you're good? Yeah. So I'll probably give you maybe 30 seconds each to just give your call for action or your takeaway message. The question around incentives for giving, the question around being bold to say no to funding, that is a scary position to be in if you're a community organization and you are looking at how do I make it to the next month, or how do I make it to the end of the year, or how do I make it to the end of next year. But what I am seeing is this trend of organizations being very diplomatic and bold in suggesting a different way. So maybe it's not a direct no to the funding, but suggesting, as Tanko said, ways to collaborate and ways to bring in ownership into that process, so that if not with that particular grant, the future grant would change and behaviors that way would change. So your 30-second call for action or takeaway message to this group.
Thank you. So I think just quickly to what Tanko said is so important, that knowing who you are allows you to do what you're just saying, right? And so that's one of the key foundational pieces of being able to push back or have an effective conversation with a funder who seems to be trying to support or edge you towards a direction that doesn't fit with your approach. So for me, in terms of a closing remarks, whether you're a funder, an implementer, academia, or even private sector, my final remarks are to just try to understand that in this business of philanthropy, we're in the business of people's lives, essentially. and to be able to really have lasting change in the lives of people that we seek to all impact in different ways and from different perspectives, we can't leave the community out of it. We have to be ready to collaborate, we have to be ready to listen, and we have to be bold to push back on things that don't work for us or don't sit well with the communities. They are ultimately the most important constituent, and anything we do without them is just really doing that for ourselves and our own egos and our own special interest. And so that's what I will say. Whether it's shift the power, participatory grant making, any of those buzzwords are not truly fulfilled if we're not involving the individuals within the community and helping them be part of the solution to uplift themselves, which also then breaks the cycle of dependence on funding, because then they can rally themselves for their own good.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. I wanted to say that this panel strengthened my conviction on the force of community philanthropy. For me, it is a solution for us at the community level in our countries in order to develop initiatives that are community-based, based on the needs and the strengths of communities. The strategy of saying no to financing that are not compatible with our needs is also a matter of having confidence in your own capacities, your own beliefs, and also to develop your capacities to think and find local solutions in order to develop the capacity to free yourself of this dependence on external funding. And we have faith that that is one of the solutions that will help us to be self-affirmative and to achieve our objectives, and others will then come to join us. And we should not wait for development to begin elsewhere. We have to promote our own development. And that is what my takeaway from this panel discussion.
The rallying cry among the Ashantis, Alex, correct me if I'm wrong, is Choboi, and you say yay. And so I think we'll start with the Choboi to everybody who is involved in promoting, facilitating community philanthropy. I think the second takeaway, the second issue for me is the fact that it is not an option, it is an imperative. Sometimes we treat community philanthropy as one of the options. But I think to promote sustainable, inclusive development, etc., it is an imperative. And for us to see how then we work with that at the center. And the third is actually that we sometimes get distracted or detracted by a focus, an undue focus on the operational, on the tools, and we lose sight of the strategic. And so I think that for us to be very, very clear, what is the strategic, what is the purpose of this? You know, once that is clear, I think we can negotiate, we can see how we are iterative, who we align with in getting it done. So let's not confuse the strategic with the operational, and in that process get sidetracked and etc. And I think the last point for me is that facilitating, supporting, strengthening community philanthropy is a long-term process, and that's the focus on short-termism, either because of the demands of the donors or because we want to quickly show results, leads to shortcuts that eventually, constrain or prevent us from achieving sustainable results. So focus on the long term, accept that it is long term, and plan for a long term process of working with communities, supporting communities, strengthening communities to be able to lead these processes of philanthropy. Thank you.
Thank you so, so much.
Voilà, merci. Merci beaucoup. Donc, les leçons que j'ai...
Thank you. My takeaway here is, first of all, I learned a lot. And I realized that with regard to community philanthropy, what we said here, I think Trust and NGO is on the right path. Maybe what my first takeaway here is that the demand for trust and comes always from the grassroots. As long as communities do not come and ask us, we do not go. We have to accompany people who want to go forward. If not, you will not be able to achieve results and just waste money. That is, we have a database of demands, requests from the communities. Another aspect also within Tostan, we have a committee which decides on the offers that we receive from the donors, whether this proposal from the donors is compatible with what we want to do. If it is not compatible, maybe we need projects to accompany, to help the communities, but we do not want to implement projects that the communities do not want. So I've learned a lot here. And I think we will continue to build capacities of communities, because with our small resources, they organize themselves. If I take the example of community markets, this does not only solve the issue of income-generating activities, but also the issue of nutrition at the village level, because maybe not everyone can go far in order to buy their food on a daily basis. So if we have markets, it helps them to have a market nearby. So, and there are several activities that the communities are organizing with their own resources. So if they have organizations that come to help them build their capacities, because that is the way they will be able to achieve their vision for the well-being of their communities. Thank you very much, and thank you for your facilitation as well.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to play devil's advocate and comment on Tanko's last point around this is a long-term game in advancing community philanthropy. I absolutely believe in that, but there's also fire on the mountain, meaning that the system currently is broken, and we need fast a response to it. Otherwise, what we are fighting against, those we are fighting against from the West, will quickly come up with a solution that we are going to spend the next 70 years dealing with. So while it is a long-term goal and we need to position ourselves for that, we also need to, and this is one of the reasons why we need to show the value and the impact and the skill of community philanthropy with an urgency that it doesn't take the next 70 years to realize. So that's just my little sort of devil's advocate. It's an and, not an or that will probably be my thing. Now, yes, it's long term, and let's come up with solutions tomorrow. So again, thank you so much for give a hand again to my esteemed panelists. I've learned a lot from this session. So thank you so much, and we've kept people waiting outside, so which means it's a good thing. I'll just take that as a good thing. So thank you for sticking it with us this afternoon. Appreciate it. Tackle things around infrastructure change and systems change in a more pragmatic way than we did this afternoon in our session. The other thing that we talked about or centered on was really this idea that, for community philanthropy to take hold, it really is a long-term process. This is not something that can be achieved in a project-type cycle, 12 months, 24 months, even 5 years. This is really long-term and in some cases generational type work. And if we are to look at it in that sense, then we need to already begin to have the skills and the capacity to address that. On the flip side of that is the fact that, there is current crisis going on right now. We do have the fire on the mountain. The system is broken. We're not talking about whether it is broken or not. We know that it is broken. And it is a system that was never designed to empower us in the Global South. So if we are to talk about that in a serious way, we need solutions and answers that we can now implement starting next week. So it's sort of that tension between wanting to start immediately and also having a long-term goal that sustains and that keeps us in this movement for a long time, so we don't have issues of burnout and just not being able to survive that. So there was one comment also around, in terms of communicating this, and on the specific issues of joint-up efforts between the hyperlocal and discussions like this that happen on a regional, continental, global space, that interconnection, that connectivity needs to happen, that we cannot be islands of good practice. And so we need to collaborate, we need to talk to one another, and we need to showcase the many thousand things that we do that are good, and to use that as a chorus for bouncing back better. So that was from my very quick recollection of our session. I didn't know that I had to do it, but I think this is it.
Do you have any question?
Oh, and one final point was around being bold enough to say no, especially when you are thinking at the bottom line for your organization, your community organization. You have salaries to pay, you have to worry about making it to the end of the month, you have to worry about making it to the end of the year, and there are competing, pulling factors from international donors or maybe even national donors giving you money. So how do you say no? And how do you say no in a diplomatic way that allows for a continued discussion to happen? So is it a no, but maybe we can think about how we can co-create a solution together. If it is a yes, it should also...
Si on dit oui, il faut également intégrer la façon de coopérer pour que les voix des communautés puissent participer au processus. Donc, il faut avoir le courage de dire non au financement, mais vraiment, il faudrait que le financement ait une incidence positive. Il y a l'FCDO et autres qui, au Ghana, au Malawi, ont apporté des changements puisque la communauté a apporté sa contribution dans le processus de façon totale et entière. Est-ce que les participants veulent poser une question? Quelque chose sur Bogota? Est-ce que vous pouvez rapidement en toucher un mot? Est-ce que vous pouvez dire un mot sur Bogota? Il n'y a pas de question? Vous voudriez dire quelque chose sur la Colombie, je crois. On n'en a pas discuté pendant nos travaux de groupe. Très bien. En 2 mois, à la fin du mois, du 5 au 7 décembre, le Fonds mondial, l'organisation pour laquelle je travaille, avec peut-être d'autres organisations, 15 à 20 organisations, la dernière fois que j'ai vérifié, vont co-organiser le sommet sur le changement de pouvoir à Bogota, en Colombie. Il y a de cela 7 ans, nous avons organisé la première conférence sur la philanthropie communautaire lorsque l'hashtag Shift to Power a été utilisé. Cet hashtag a été utilisé pour initier une conversation sur la dynamique des pouvoirs et le système. Il est important de savoir comment la dynamique des pouvoirs a créé un système que nous essayons de mettre en place. Donc cette année, le Fonds mondial a organisé des discussions participatives au Malawi. Récemment, on l'a fait au Katmandou au Népal, à Bucarest en Roumanie. On a discuté également dans d'autres villes, dans d'autres pays en Afrique. Et cela était destiné à encourager les gens à créer ensemble un programme. Ce sera une conférence différente des autres conférences dont vous avez l'habitude. Il n'y aura pas d'ordre du jour particulier. Ce sont les communautés qui vont définir l'ordre du jour, ceux qui viendront. Et on verra comment l'on peut équilibrer le pouvoir, le rôle des ONG, comment on peut parler de la décolonisation, de la localisation, du racisme et de la philanthropie communautaire. Ce sont des domaines qui peuvent être importants pour vous. Si vous voulez continuer à en parler, vous pouvez vous rendre à Bogota, en Colombie. Il y aura pendant 3-4 jours 600-700 personnes qui vont en parler. Si vous voulez poser des questions sur le sommet, rapprochez-vous de moi, sinon le site internet est ouvert. L'inscription a commencé cette semaine. Chers frères et sœurs, chers Africains, n'attendez pas la dernière minute pour vous inscrire, parce que ce sera trop tard dans quelques semaines. Donc n'attendez pas novembre pour commencer à vous inscrire. Ce serait trop tard d'aller à Bogota pour en discuter. Merci beaucoup. Applaudissez de façon nourrie, s'il vous plaît, ici. Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. Bawa. Bonjour tout le monde. La discussion a été très longue. Notre session n'en finissait pas, donc je n'ai pas eu le temps de conclure. Je vais tout simplement partager avec vous en résumé ce qu'a été notre expérience. Notre discussion a été très intéressante, source d'inspiration. Elle a été profonde. On parlait 3 langues au niveau de notre panel. Certains ont parlé français, anglais. On a parlé Wolof aussi. C'était source d'inspiration intéressant, mais aussi c'était un défi. Il y a eu un autre triangle, autre que le triangle linguistique. On a eu des représentants du gouvernement, représentants de l'ONG et du WORF du Sénégal. Il y a aussi les chercheurs et les universitaires qui ont constitué aussi le triangle. Notre session portait sur la philanthropie traditionnelle, confessionnelle et les modèles émergents de philanthropie verticale. Le format était simple. Tout d'abord, on a défini la philanthropie confessionnelle, qui n'est pas forcément mue par la religion, par les religions monothéistes. Il s'agit de philanthropie confessionnelle. Comme Pauline du Zimbabwe l'a dit, c'est une philanthropie inspirée par la foi. Nous sommes convenus que cela ne concernait pas la religion. Sur le continent, on a toujours reconnu la philanthropie et cela date de siècles. Cela vient de la foi. La philanthropie vient de la foi, qu'il s'agit du roc, de la vérité ou du droit. Cela reflète et correspond à l'amour, la compréhension, à l'interdépendance mutuelle, la solidarité. Il s'agit de la philanthropie confessionnelle. C'est ce que nous sommes convenus dès l'entame de notre discussion. Ensuite, on a commencé à nous vanter de notre histoire en tant qu'Africains et philanthropes, parce que nous avons un vocabulaire très riche dans ce domaine-là. Nous avons commencé avec le mot teranga. La teranga sénégalaise qui est connue, cette hospitalité qui nous permet de venir ici. Ensuite, nous parler de Ubuntu, je suis parce que nous sommes, et nous allons parler de toutes les autres formes et types de philanthropie africaine traditionnelle. C'est un concept qui a inspiré le monde entier. Ensuite, on a parlé de la philanthropie religieuse, la philanthropie musulmane en particulier. Des experts dans ce domaine-là nous ont parlé de la zakat. Il s'agit de purifier vos ressources, votre recherche. C'est obligatoire compte tenu du fait qu'un certain montant de leur revenu annuel, riches et pauvres, doit être donné. Cela est obligatoire dans l'islam. Nous avons également parlé du waqf, qui est une sadaka ou un don continu. Même le don matériel a été positionné. Par exemple, si vous dites quelque chose de gentil à quelqu'un, vous souriez à quelqu'un, vous encouragez quelqu'un, c'est aussi un acte de philanthropie. Cela fait partie de notre culture et de notre religion. Nous avons parlé des WORF, parce qu'il y avait un représentant ou le directeur de la haute autorité du WORF au Sénégal qui nous a expliqué le rôle de Al-Quaf au Sénégal. C'était pour moi une discussion sur cette inspiration. Ensuite, après la session d'ailleurs, nous avons continué à en parler parce qu'il disait qu'un WORF pour le monde entier pourrait être conçu. Et j'ai dit, très bien, il faudrait peut-être commencer avec l'Afrique. Ce serait un bon début. On a le WORF en Égypte et nous espérons qu'un WORF de l'Afrique pourra être notre ciment. Ce sera, je pense, quelque chose qui sera éternel. Parce que l'idée du WORF, c'est un financement perpétuel. Vous investissez le capital, vous ne le dépensez pas. Seuls les produits sont utilisés. Le WORF de l'Afrique et ensuite le WORF du monde entier pour être partant envisagé. Nous avons parlé du discours, de l'importance du discours africain. Il faut souligner cela parce que nous l'avons exporté dans le monde. Quoi d'autre? Nous avons partagé un exemple. On a posé la question de savoir ce qu'il advient de l'infrastructure parce que les dons confessionnels sont importants pour la philanthropie, pour soutenir les causes. Quels sont les rôles que les gens jouent dans le paysage philanthrope du continent? Est-ce que c'est positif ou négatif? La question a été posée. Ensuite, on a eu une discussion passionnée sur le rôle de la philanthropie confessionnelle et laïque. La philanthropie confessionnelle est-elle disposée à défendre les causes laïques, l'Aïd, le Fadafi et les occasions religieuses sont-elles ouvertes à travailler avec des organisations laïques sur des questions telles que le plaidoyer et les droits des femmes, toutes questions qui promettent des changements transformateurs dans nos sociétés? Voilà, sur le fond, ce dont on a discuté, le panel était très intéressant et en réalité, je suis reconnaissante aux membres du panel qui ont apporté une contribution à la discussion. J'espère avoir tout discuté. Si vous êtes membre de mon panel et que j'ai omis certains points, eh bien, vous pouvez me compléter. Oui, merci, vous êtes d'Égypte. Des questions que vous voulez poser à Mawa de l'Égypte? Deux questions. Oui? Allez-y.
Je voudrais compléter. I would like to supplement what Mawa said because we discussed extensively about horizontal philanthropy. We also discussed the challenges of religious philanthropy, saying that it's a good solution, but there are many questions at stake. We also talked about the level of recognition of horizontal and vertical philanthropies by public authorities and what would be the complementarity with public policies. Thank you. Another contribution, reaction.
Thanks. I think they.
Merci. Un rajout. Une question a été posée en ce qui concerne les institutions confessionnelles de la philanthropie, et notamment son intersection avec la politique. Dans quelle mesure ces organisations confessionnelles partagent le paysage politique pour faire avancer certains programmes? Non, ce n'était pas une question, c'était juste un complément. Je voudrais dire un dernier mot. Je remercie Sambou Ndiaye de l'Université de Garçon Berger de Saint-Louis, Seymour Sorang de la Fondation Touba Tchekanam. Je remercie Racine Ba, haute autorité du WAFT Sénégal, Hippolyne Matarvec, Kazonda, Université du Zimbabwe. C'était les membres du panel que je remercie. Merci.
Muniaka, Microsoft Tech for Social Impact Africa, right?
Yes. Microsoft Tech pour un impact social Afrique, c'est à vous. Merci beaucoup. Nous étions au panel de la salle 1 où l'on discutait du potentiel d'innovation et de la technologie pour être moteur de changement, de même que les stratégies et approches pour mobiliser les ressources en utilisant les ressources. Au panel, il y avait Fatima qui était modératrice. Malheureusement, je la représente, elle n'est pas là. Il y avait Naguib de Virtual Doctor, Zambi, Raymond du Trust South Africa, Shelly de l'Institut Surveyo et moi-même de Microsoft for Social Impact. Donc on a discuté de mobilisation de fonds. Il y avait les représentants des mobilisateurs de fonds. Il y a aussi des institutions qui utilisent et exploitent les plateformes numériques pour utiliser les programmes. Et moi-même, d'un point de vue technologique, j'ai essayé d'expliquer comment la technologie peut être utilisée pour l'accélération de l'impact social. Il y a eu trois aspects. Pourquoi utiliser la technologie, les plateformes numériques pour la mobilisation des fonds et pour la mobilisation des ressources? La réponse a été, c'est que tout d'abord parce qu'ils peuvent permettre de passer à l'échelle. Parfois, il est difficile de procéder à des méthodes nouvelles de mobilisation de fonds parce qu'il y a des bailleurs de fonds qui intègrent le paysage. Pour les identifier et les exploiter, il faut passer par les plateformes numériques. Deuxièmement, nous avons dit que la question de la connectivité de l'Afrique et de la pénétration numérique, il est possible d'utiliser ces technologies pour accéder aux jeunes pour la mobilisation. C'est la deuxième raison qui répond à la question pourquoi. La troisième raison que nous avons pu relever, c'est qu'il y a de nouveaux types de bailleurs de fonds, des gens qui donnent de façon individuelle. Il ne s'agit plus, je pense, de petites sommes en raison des sommes qui sont mobilisées. Donc c'est une opportunité pour exploiter le local africain pour mobiliser des fonds. En plus de cela, l'on a dit qu'en Afrique du Sud, une clinique a été constituée parce qu'ils ont pu cela financer. Ils ont pu mobiliser des fonds sur le terrain et exploiter cette clinique parce qu'il y a une plateforme qui a été utilisée à cette fin. Il y a des opportunités pour mobiliser des fonds au niveau des marchés et pour les locaux. C'est une autre raison qui répond à la question pourquoi. Comment? Comment utiliser les plateformes du numérique? Tout d'abord, certaines grandes structures de technologie donnent des subventions technologiques pour les ONG et les organisations sociales. Beaucoup d'organisations ici ne savent pas qu'elles existent, elles pourraient les exploiter pour la mobilisation des ressources. J'ai donné l'exemple d'un outil parce que Microsoft travaille avec des ONG pour les confirmer, pour les valider. Ils peuvent donc accorder une technologie qui permette de faire des appels à distance et de mener des activités de gestion sur une base bénévole. Il y a également les programmes qui utilisent les plateformes mobiles qui sont disponibles. Elles sont disponibles selon les subventions accordées. Beaucoup d'organisations d'impact social ne savent pas que ces plateformes existent. Donc, c'est la façon dont vous pouvez les solliciter. Notre panel nous a dit aussi qu'ils ont constitué une plateforme, l'Afrique donne, pour exploiter l'Mchanga. Cela a été utilisé par les organisations communautaires pour mobiliser des fonds afin de mener certaines activités. Il y a également des plateformes qui ont été utilisées telles que LinkedIn, parce que là, vous recevez des notifications sur les nouvelles organisations bailleurs de fonds qui mobilisent des fonds. Il s'agit d'organisations, d'ONG internationales. Et sur la plateforme, donc, l'on sait ce que
And so you would be able to leverage the same kinds of organizations as well by using the digital platforms. So these are some of the ways that were discussed around how to use these digital platforms. And an interesting topic came up as well around artificial intelligence. That was very challenging. It brought a lot of buzz in the room. Around, the impact of artificial intelligence, whether it is, a good or an evil for our sector. And there were actual both sides of the same coin in terms of we spoke about the value in using artificial intelligence, especially we need to reskill, and even young people, it does create an opportunity for young people to be able to get into these new sectors. We mentioned a few sectors such as, social media analysis, That's not something we would have discussed 10 years ago, This is now a new skill set that is required. Data analysis, Such sectors are being created, and there are a lot of digital, even non-profits now in the space and of digital skilling, especially for youth in Africa. And so it's an opportunity that is, as much as it has a negative side to it, there's opportunities created from artificial intelligence in the social impact space. So that was the second area of how to go about utilizing digital platform technologies. And they are processing for artificial intelligence. They're only around large language sets like English, French. But how about our local languages, where a lot of our people speak those local languages, and we lack representation based on our local languages. So we are in the process of collecting data sets from local languages across Africa to make sure they feed into the artificial intelligence algorithms, and we get our representation and our voice heard on digital platforms as well. So those are the different angles we explored in our session of technology impact on social acceleration. Yes.
Thank you very much. I think still on technology, in the last month, I've just been paying attention and reading more and interacting with the Africa Giving platform. And what I've really gotten to appreciate is how it is providing space for organized giving, where people can support causes of their choices, and also just to ensure that organizations are listed. But I think I'll just want Shelley to just speak a bit more about what Africa Giving looks like.
Okay, so Africa Giving is a fairly new platform. It's an initiative that aims to harness individual giving across Africa towards organizations that are on the forefront of mitigating causes on the ground. So it's a platform for Africans by Africans to draw resources from even Africans in the diaspora, people in the diaspora, to give towards organizations' sustainability. So instead of just looking at donor funding and waiting for donor funding and writing proposals and whatnot, we're also looking at drawing resources that is abundant from individuals. So ranging from little money to big money, even high net worth individuals can actually give towards causes. So it lists organizations. So I'm kindly inviting organizations to list themselves onto the platform. It's for free. And then we have an application and the website where a giver can then scroll. The organizations are arranged according to region, country, and thematic areas, a wide range of thematic areas. We do not discriminate the thematic areas. So, sorry? Okay. we do not discriminate, we do not choose the thematic areas. It's just for CSOs to be listed onto that platform. So anyone can be part of that platform. Any organization can be part of that platform. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shirley. And if you are considering to do a donation today towards the Africa Giving platform, they have t-shirts and caps that they are selling. And if you purchase one of those, just know that the money will go towards supporting a cause of your choice. Thank you very much, ladies, for unpacking, for sharing, for the consolidation. This has really been helpful. Thank you so much. I feel like I attended all the sessions. I hope everyone is feeling the same. Thank you.
Told me there's a Gambian musician around who can play some music while we're here.
Just give me a moment.
You know it?
I need to make some announcements.
Anything?
Just give me a moment. I need to make some announcements.
Okay, yeah, please.
How is everybody feeling? How is everyone feeling? Can you all just clap our hands? Woo, woo, woo. Yeah, those are some lazy clapping indeed. Can we clap our hands? Woo! I'm feeling it. Thank you very much. How many have visited the exhibitions outside today? How many? If you have visited any exhibition stand today, can you raise up your hand? This is impressive. Please keep on visiting those exhibitions. Learn about what is being done by different organizations in the philanthropy sector and beyond. It's really important. How many have visited the Youth Corner today? Huh. How many have visited the Youth Corner? No. The question is, how many have visited the Youth Corner? If you have visited the Youth Corner, please raise your hand. Janet, just briefly, what did you find in the Youth Corner?
There are beautiful paintings, and the youth are very eager to talk about their work across Africa, and actually they really want to engage. They're asking you questions, or you need to ask them questions, and they're giving you, they're thinking about how youth can be involved in philanthropy.
And a lot of people are asking, where is it?
Oh, it's to our right. If you go to the next building, and there is an artistic show, very beautiful, so don't miss it.
Who else has visited the Youth Corner? Dr. T. Tell us.
I'm going to buy a painting, and I've been schooled and made more knowledgeable about the needs of youth, because they told us how do they want us to shift our power and give them space to lead and solve the solutions in the continent. So colleagues, visit that place. It's near to where they were serving coffee and tea, the afternoon coffee and tea now, where the discussions about technology were taking place, very close to that place. The room is? Okay.
Sheikh Anta, the room name is Sheikh Anta.
I love the collaboration that is already happening here. You remember the emphasis on collaboration in the sector? It has just started here. Edith Njange, where are you? Is Edith in here? Oh, okay. So I was just doing this to just place emphasis on the need to interact with the Youth Corner and to have discussions with the youth themselves so that we understand their needs, what they are doing, how they can also help, or how they are already helping in advancing the philanthropy sector. It's really important. So the exhibitions, you are doing perfectly well, but the Youth Corner, The good thing is it's a permanent feature throughout the conference, so please just make sure you create some time and do visit the Youth Corner. We are waiting for the official opening ceremony. We are waiting for the official opening ceremony, which we are hoping that will be underway anytime from now. But still on that, just to remind you, most people were saying they are confused about how the program is running in terms of what they are looking at and what is going on. So yes, we do acknowledge there have been some changes. You can scan your QR code, but if that doesn't work, this is what you can expect today. So we have had the consolidation sessions, and we are expecting to also move into the next feature, which will be the official opening. We're expecting the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Senegalese abroad. We are also expecting a great performance by Baba Mal. And after that, there's going to be a grand reception that you should not miss, that is being co-hosted by Trust Africa, Agent Action Fund Africa, Center on African Philanthropy and Social Investment, CAPSI, and also the Lilly Family School of Philanthropy. So this is how we are going to really wrap up our day. So scan your QR. If you can't, that's the update that I have for now. Thank you.
On m'a signalé la présence d'un musicien gambien. On l'attend avec sa guitare, hein? Voilà. Comme ça, on aura a little break. It's music, waiting for the official opening.
That's what we're doing now. Okay, yes, then we close. Because you see, so that when the minister comes, they're not coming to our station because we can't wait here until as you can see the energy. So we need to wrap this thing up. And they need to be well refreshed. So we need to communicate to people properly so that it's fair. Then we the minister. Why don't we do away with the ministry? And we do other things. We cannot, you see, it's a common thing across the African continent. We make, so everything is a standstill for, so we combine 200. Yeah, so we just because of one person? And it just happens. It's okay if we lose the reception because we've already lost time. Yeah, otherwise people are confused. Even when they are messing our lives. People are getting very confused. So quickly, let's communicate. No, we should actually go on. When they come, we are done. Bye-bye. Yeah, it's killer ace. I mean, we've been waiting for
if they don't get here, we should just wrap up and invite people to come
When the
back.
minister leaves Dakar now, she's going to be here in 20 minutes. Because,
20 minutes, are you sure?
Because they have motorcade.
Okay. Okay. If you tell me that, then I'll go with that. But if it's going to take another hour, then we will have a crisis. If you are saying it's 20 minutes, then I agree with you. Then have an artist perform.
Yeah, of course.
Because people need to refresh.
We were allowed
People need to have a break, need to refresh.
Yeah.
Okay, you just realize. But if you want to work efficiently, avoid government. So that is avoid politicians. So that is now, yeah. You have, but what kind of impression does it create? You are.
So guys, we do need to communicate to
And then you hear that.
Bon, en attendant, j'ai une petite annonce à faire. Les rapporteurs ont rendez-vous, une réunion dans cette salle à 20h30, n'est-ce pas? 20h30 pour l'équipe des rapporteurs. OK?
What did you just communicate?
Yeah, they're a meeting at 20:30 here tonight. People who the
2030. 2030 is 8:30.
8:30.
Is that when we are meeting?
Yeah, they have a meeting. It's a special group meeting here.
Or other people know, but what about these people here?
Not these people, but the people who bring.
Okay, let's hear him. I think he's talking to the motorcade.
Oh, okay.
Then
But in the meantime, I need that Gambian musician.
Yeah, let's.
No, I'm telling you, if you are disrupting, the best thing to disrupt is, can we do everything else that when they come, we are done with our program. They can address an empty hall.
They can address what?
An empty hall. We will be done with other things that we need to be doing.
Yeah.
We make these people appear so important in our lives.
I know it.
Yeah. It irritates me.
It really just doesn't make sense. And to make matters with what I'm not really on deck.
In that.
I'm telling you, that's what I would recommend. But let's just hear him since he's on the phone. I would recommend if it's close off, we come back. Let's take an hour and a half break, we come back.
We are tired.
Everyone is so tired.
Yeah.
Bring the dance. Huh? Bring the dance.
They start making
the dancers have gone wrong.
They start making us appear like as if we are fool. You know?
What's the latest?
And say, let's go. So that 5 minutes was enough. Give people time off.
So we gather at 6:30. I think so. Let's go ahead. That makes more sense. But you have to go. You have to, give people a bit of a...
Let me tell you, these things will start changing on this country.
Fil accroché à la guitare. Vous l'avez, un micro sans fil? Là, ils ont planifié ça pour Baba Mal, qui va jouer. Ils ont déjà fait le wiring. Pour chanter. C'est vous qui faites la guitare? Mais pour qu'on puisse entendre le son comme il faut quand même un micro sans fil qui envoie le son là-bas. Oui. Comme ça, on attend ça. C'est le minimum. Et on a le micro ici. Accroché aussi pour chanter. Bien. Oui, on est en train de voir le parce que la guitare. Ça va. Acapella, all right. Killer Ace. Killer Ace. Killer? No. Killer. I see. Killer. Ace. OK. OK, mesdames, messieurs, votre attention, s'il vous plaît. Dans l'attente de la suite du programme, nous allons recevoir des musiciens sur la scène. Mais en attendant, s'il vous plaît, monsieur.
Gentlemen, your attention, please. Gentlemen, please. Gentlemen, can we have your attention? So we're now going to welcome a musician from the Gambia who is going to sing a cappella. That is, he only has his voice, no instruments. He's just going to sing. So let me hand over the microphone to him. So please arrange the sound.
So,
ladies and gentlemen, let us give a big round of applause to Tila is coming from the Gambia and who is going to sing using only his voice, just his voice.
Alabai Soldier up in the building, ACE up in the house. I'm from the Gambia, I'm a rapper, I'm an activist. I use my music for social change. I use my music to speak truth to power. I use my music to empower the young people to have their say in the day-to-day affairs. I use my music to unify my people who have been divided. So I want to give y'all a freestyle. Since we have the whole of Africa here, I want to do some lyrical African geography. Hey, yo, it's Killer Ace from Gambia, right? And then I'm going to touch most of the countries. I'm doing it fabulously, it's Alibaba. I spit like I be lava. I'm hotter than Kilimanjaro lava. Dropping tons of sound of Addis Ababa. I've never been conquered, I am Addis Ababa. In Foknganya Menkane, Sude Dangai Akara. I'm solid like colonial architecture up in Asmara. Hey yo, I'm smooth with it, Njaganjai, I'm the car. Hey yo, I'm smooth with it, Njagandai, I'm the car. Hey yo, I'm clean with it, call me Kigali. I'm about to seize this game like White Land in Harare. Hey yo, I'm dropping bombs with these lethal skills. So I should live in a free town or Libreville. I wanna shine like them gems in Luanda. Watch my money Kampala, them Mabuga Luganda. Hey yo, it's Killer Ace, blazing through your speakers. I come through your city using a scooter. Hey yo, it's Killer ACE once again. Can I go for the second round and listen to me, my friend? Hey yo, it's Killer ACE from Juba. My melanin be dripping like I am from Juba. I just had some fufu with my oga from Abuja. I wanna rock a show we're in Khartoum in Sudan. Let's all eat, my Niger. Let's nyame. I'm so bananas, I need a farm in Conakry. I'm wild nice like wildlife in Djibouti. I did it once, did it twice, Yomulo Tripoli. Capo Hal to all my peeps up in Nouakchott. Hamgena as soon as Morocco can do fi Rabat. I got textiles like fine clothes you find in Lome. From east to west, I switched the time zone in Nairobi. Lusaka to Mombasa, this is what you gotta feel. That hip hop that can unite Kinshasa and Brazzaville. You know, so I just believe that, you know, I go through African cities, and what I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna perform a song that I'm gonna perform tomorrow, but on an a cappella basis. And I need you to join me in this. The revolution starts now. Yeah, the revolution starts now. Let's go, everybody. Yeah, the revolution starts now. Get up, stand up, and play your part now. The revolution starts within, deep in your heart now. Let's go, everybody. Yeah, the revolution starts now. I want to hear you. I can't hear that, huh? I love that.
Revolution starts now.
Get up, stand up, and play your part now. The revolution starts within, deep in your heart now. Yeah, let's change the way we treat each other. Believe it or not, we really need each other. And when one is hungry, come on, let's feed each other. And when one is sick, yeah, we can heal each other. With the knowledge and wisdom, we can teach each other. Yeah, she your sister, and he your brother. Then humble down, watch it soon, you feel no bugger. We all trapped in the system, but we can free each other. I said we all trapped up in the system, but we can free each other. Sun ko defut, dun na yaga di meti, dun am sun bar si reo mite, dun musa nan si meo mi. Why sun ko defe, nyunyep dinen konjeri nyo. Man suma jiko be in fuck my jel ma wechi ko. Yo don't me jambo, no buka yo bu city, no. Picture bu wings, my brother, please let it go. Let's go. The revolution starts now. I don't hear ya. The revolution starts now. Let's go. I love that. Get up, stand up, and play your part now. The revolution starts within, deep in your heart now. Ain't it sour? We fight each other for the fame and the power. Crabs in the barrel, Fucking nut the gus, pere fucking nit the soul. Jelahi neka di mata di foof, my brother dara di cool. We all got a lot to lose, come on, let's keep it true. And fuck you wechi jikoyi, nuni nenla. Garap budemba, what a maga, bull buddi renba. Nothing's gonna change from January to December. Look what they did to Patrice Lumumba, Thomas Sankara, can we remember? Let's start a revolution, if not we all fall. So if they touch one, that means they touch all. So if they touch one, that means they touch all. The revolution starts now. Let's go, everybody. Go, let's go. Get up, stand up, and play your part now. The revolution starts within, deep in your heart now. Let's go.
Revolution starts now?
Yeah. The revolution starts now. I love that. Get up, stand up, and play your part now. The revolution starts within, deep in your heart now. Is that enough, or we go for some more? What y'all say? My honorable moderator, is that enough, or we go for some more?
No, you're gonna stay.
I'm gonna stay. I'm gonna stay.
Killer Ace.
Yes.
Yeah. The revolution will be televised.
And it is being televised. And we appreciate that. Now I'm gonna do an off the dome freestyle. I see my girl in the front really looking wild. I see my girl from South Africa with the beautiful smile. My people over here in Dakar, SALY now. We at the hotel converging, trying to connect. Each and everybody's like a brick, Nyunge Tech. Come on, network, let's all know each other. Come on, we can flow each other. We can go, of course, we can control the road together. Me and my peoples, I am from Gambia. Don't mind the politicians and the way they try to scramble us. The hate, the greed, the too much bad seas. I wanna see Africa with no visa in the same currency. That's what I really want to see. And this is off my mind. That's what we call a freestyle, even though it's not for free. Why should I pay a visa when I come to my own land? I don't really understand. We need to change the program. I want to see an Africa where our sons and daughters are not the poorest, where the whole world won't ignore us. I want to see an Africa without borders. I want to see an Africa without borders. I want to go for more of us. And you know what it is, man? Killer ACE. I'm giant like a Tyrannosaurus.
Killer Ace. Killer Ace. All right.
So I don't speak French, but it seems like she's gonna do the guitar and I'm a rap. Woo. Thank you, sir.
Chichaba, di homo di felile. Ba fedile di papa, pasware ci di passa. Sitimela se baset, ba feliti juhane.
Yeah.
Basimani basitana, ba chabile soweto.
Yeah.
Helele basiali basad, baseti bali bangwe. Helele tangli boneng matata Africa.
Africa.
Helele yo. Si helele mama. Helele yo. Si helele mama.
Clap, everybody. She said, singing ma, hey yo, I'm doing my thing. I swear to God, I know the love and the unity bring. I swear to God, we feel the breeze. Everybody trying to swing. I have the cut behind me, a beautiful thing.
Sielele mama, helele yo. Sielele mama.
Sierra Ma, I swear to God, I do this for my père, my mom. Everything we see in the struggle is the same old drama. We trying to come around. Word to Abdul Rahman, we in the building, trying to get that musical healing, that feeling that got us keep on going, trying to expand and keep on building. Shout out to my children, shout out to my sister, and shout out to everybody in the building.
Musukuku, luma manganyana. Sisi Zulukus, usebe seli guitar. Ido si livro kill, mas se buiele makaya. Elele yo, si elele ma.
Hey yo, I'm feeling the heat. I swear I'm feeling the pain. But if we all unite, I swear there's a lot to gain. I swear we going losing our minds and going insane. But I gotta stay focused and make sure I don't lose my brain. Make some noise! Yeah. Frustrations. Frustrations.
Abantanya baya kala ubiselu pelile.
Yeah, yeah.
Prototipezi pipizi antaya.
Uh-huh.
Yubudungu matoda ledaba. Yase Africa.
Africa. One Africa. One Africa. Yeah, everyday stress, frustration. Everyday stress, frustration.
Thank you.
Peace and love, everybody. Thanks so much for your time. I really appreciate y'all. Y'all stay blessed. Y'all stay cool. Y'all stay wishing y'all all long life and prosperity. Peace. Thank you, sir.
You're most welcome. Voilà. Alors, Aïta revient, mais avec sa guitare.
Aïta will be coming back with her guitar.
Momu monila Tegam Julinga Momu Monila Tegam Warga Tajabo Danye Tajabo Tajabo Danye Tajabo avec vous. Oualé, oualé, oualé. Chantez avec moi. Oualé, did you say oualé, oualé.
Sing with me, Wole. Just say Wole.
Nyari malaika la, chikaw lay jóge, daanu ci sëru oualé. Munila, degam julinga. Munila, tegam wargam, ah. Tajabon, danyi tajabon. Tajabon, danyi tajabon. Abdu hujumba, dari malaika la. Hawe echiko, danu kisaru. Mumu munila, degam julinga. Mumu munila, degam wargam. Tajabo, danyi tajabo. Tajabo, danyi tajabo. Oualé, tout le monde. Oualé, oualé, oualé. Je vous invite à oualé, 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 oualé. Abdou Jambar, nyari malaika la. Chikaw lay jóge, daanu ci sëru oualé. Munila, degam julinga. Munila, degam wargam, ah. Haycha, 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 haycha. Abdou Jambar, nyari malaika la. Chikaw lay jóge, daanu ci sëru oualé. Munila, degam julinga. Munila, degam warga, ah. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Thank you.
Alors, est-ce que vous êtes prêts à bouger un peu?
Are you ready to move?
Here. Ah. Maybe for Africa blelo, maybe no more bomb dek beton, me the social me were, mere manali nag benito, ye for boro nyanya torowe, Africa me se towe, miru mig be nyanya toni dol, ashe mama Africa. Hashem, mama, Hashem, clap your hand, here, Hashem, mama. J'entends des sons, Mama Africa, here. Medele chimochi janyu, but medele fotolu wow, you know don't look to a blelo, ye man don't look never winning go, ye for boro nyanya. Africa made me say away. Miru mig be nyanya Tony don. She mama, Africa, mama Africa. Ooh, mama Africa, mama she. Hallelujah, mama Africa. Hey, let's go. Nishawo, 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 nishawo. Oh, mishawo, 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 mishawo. Oh, mishawo, 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 mishawo. Yeah. Woo. Yeah, ma. Maybe for Africa blelo, maybe na mo dek beton mi de social me were, mere manali dak benito, me for boro nya torowe. Africa baby say towe, miru mig be nya toni don. She mama, Africa, mama Africa. Oh, mama Africa. Mama Africa, ooh, Baba Shire, Baba Yam, Baba Mirina, Ashe mama, Africa, 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 ooh, Ashe mama, Africa. Hashem, Africa. Hashem, Africa. Hashem, Africa. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Merci. Merci beaucoup. À demain soir.
I'll see you tomorrow. I'll be here tomorrow. Thank you.
Voilà. Ah bon, à quelle heure? Très bien. Ok. Voilà, c'est bon. Ok, alors, à quelle heure? Ici. Ok. Voilà.
So Aita will be back tomorrow with her group. Aita Senghor, a round of applause for Aita Senghor.
À demain. Et nous accueillons aussi M. Babamal. 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 Voilà. Voilà, la ministre Aïssata Tall Sall, ministre des Affaires étrangères, est arrivée. Voilà, donc on va commencer bientôt la cérémonie. Son, micro. One. 1, 2, 3, voilà. C'est bon. One, two. Oh, okay. Go ahead.
What's happening now?
So, he told me to do it in French, but I'd like you to in English. No? Est-ce que la climatisation marche comme il faut? Qui peut s'en...
Is the AC working? Technicians, please, can you check the AC? Is it working?
Faut fermer les portes. Mesdames, Messieurs, nous accueillons Madame.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mrs. Aïssata Tall Sall, Minister of Foreign Affairs.
For Madam Aïssata Tall, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Senegalese abroad. A round of applause, please.
All right. Nous allons commencer dans un instant.
We're going to kickstart the ceremony.
Voilà, nous allons commencer dans un instant. Madame Aïssata.
So in a minute, we're going to kickstart the ceremony. We have with us Mrs. Aïssata Tall Sall to open this critical conference. She is a politician. She's also a lawyer and a member of the political bureau of the Socialist Party. She's been a minister under President Abdou Diouf, MP and mayor of Podor, and she has a degree in law studies that she obtained from Sheikh Anta Diop University. She is a lawyer. She is the former mayor of the city of Podor, and from July 1998 to April 2000 in the government of Mr. Abdou Diouf, she was the Minister of Communication and spokesperson of the government. So a government that was headed by the Prime Minister, Mr. Mohamed Lamine Loum. And after the Congress of the Socialist Party, she became the first one in the party to be the Secretary General of the Regional Union of Saint-Louis of Senegal. In March 2009, she took part in the legislative elections under the banner of Benno Siggil Senegal, and with her team, she was elected mayor of Podor. She was re-elected during the legislative elections in June 2014. In 2012, she was elected under Benno Bokoyaka and was representing her party at the parliament, with Mr. Mustafa Niass being the chair of the house. And she took part in the legislative elections in July 2017 and became an MP for the movement that she founded. In September 2019, she became a minister, special envoy of the head of state, Mr. Macky Sall. November the 1st, 2020, she was appointed Minister of Foreign Affairs and Senegalese of the diaspora and became the first woman to be appointed as such. A round of applause for Mrs. Aïssata Sall. Thank you very much, ma'am, for being here with us this evening.
Thank you very much. Just for the benefit of my fellow English speakers, I know you have headsets, but I'll just give you a short synopsis. So Madam Aïssata Tall is the Republic of Senegal's Minister of Foreign Affairs and Senegalese abroad. She is the former mayor of Podor, and she has been leading in the fight for the rights of women and the poor. She will preside over the opening ceremony on behalf of the state of Senegal. Give her a round of applause, please.
Thank you. And now the floor goes to, just mention the presence of Mr. Baba Mal. Yeah. Mal is rocking the world now with his last album. Congratulations. Right. OK. Et bien entendu, nous avons aussi le professeur Soko.
And of course, we have Professor Soko, that is from which university? Johannesburg. We also have our dearest Ibrahim Sall, Executive Director of Trust Africa. Ibrahim, over to you.
Excellence.
Excellency, Madam Aïssata Sall, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Senegalese of abroad. Should I say Excellency Mr. El Haj Baba Mal, Professor Soko of University, Wits University,
Mesdames et Messieurs les invités,
ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and colleagues, it's an immense pleasure to have the Honorable Minister, Mrs. Aïssata Sall. We know that you have a busy schedule. We knew that beforehand We know that you spent the whole day at the Council of Ministers, but you made some time out of your busy schedule to join us here in SALY. Thank you very much. Thank you for the interest that you are showcasing to our event. Thank you for the commitment that you are showing in defending change and development of Africa, because this is what is at stake. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for bringing along Mrs. Penda Mbow. She is a professor at the Cheikh Anta Diop University, former Minister of Culture of Senegal, and all the eminent personalities that we have here. We have so many of them that we cannot list them one after the other. As I was saying, we know that you have a busy schedule, and we couldn't find the right words to express our appreciation for your presence. We feel strengthened and supported by your presence. This conference is being held for the first time in a country where we call it the country of Teranga, and you showcase the real hospitality in Teranga of Senegal, coming to see us on a very busy day. This conference is happening at a time when the world is going through some turmoil. We cannot list all the problems that we are faced with. We were talking about climate change. We were talking about inequalities, poverty, challenges coming with technology and the digital revolution, and we were talking about development as a whole, and to that was added COVID-19. So COVID-19 that changed the world. And to that, we experience other crises, a war that is happening somewhere in the world and for which we are feeling the consequences here on this continent. So we are saying that the world is at a critical point, and we felt the need to rethink our ways of doing and reshape our trajectory for development. And this is why in 2015, the international community, under the auspices of the UN, adopted what we call the SDGs. And the motto was to make sure that together we build the world that we want, and we do not derive from our objectives an inclusive world, an equitable world, and a world in which nobody will be left behind. But we didn't know how fair we were to our expectations until we felt the aggravated circumstances in which we found ourselves. Talking about climate, we know that there are emergencies, but apart from climate, we have issues in education and also emergencies in development. And anything that is happening in the world is exacerbated in our continent. What we notice, however, is that despite all the problems, the social movements and the thinkers of this world have shown that it is possible to imagine a better future. It is possible for the world to take a different trajectory. And this is the fight in which we have committed to. You are part of it as a minister on a daily basis, and this is the fight on which we have embarked, the African civil society, the private sector, and this is the fight on which philanthropy throughout the world has embarked. I'm talking about transformative philanthropy, philanthropy that is doing good. when we started 4 years ago in 2019 for the first gathering of this kind, we had the ambition to pursue the efforts that our forefathers, Janet, etc., Natalia, the founders of the spirit, had instilled. We were trying to restructure and organize the African philanthropy community, that community that is supporting the changes that the world is trying to implement, and Africa to be specific. We know that it is part of our culture to help each other. It is part of our culture to give what we have and not wait for wealth to be accumulated to start sharing. The Professor Jibril Fral was telling us during the first edition of this conference in 2019 that in Wolof, when you give something to someone, you hear a thank you, because when you're receiving something from someone, you say thank you, but the answer is it's something that we share, Nyokobok in Wolof. It's for both of us, which means that somehow what I've given you is part of what you own, and property is not exclusive. It means that somehow everybody is a custodian of the wealth, so it's something that was given to you and that actually belongs to you. That's the philosophy and Ubuntu. We know that the institutional structures have changed. Private foundations were operating on the continent with a lot of goodwill, trying to support the change processes, supporting communities and governments, but our belief at Trust Africa and the belief of our partners with whom we're organizing this conference is that it is important that for Africa, the reflection or the designing of development as we want it and the actions that should be carried out for that development to happen should be led by ourselves as Africans. So in the field of philanthropy, we felt the need to organize ourselves and pursue the efforts of our elders so that we have an African philanthropy community, and that's what led us to organize this series of convenings. We had the first edition in Johannesburg in 2019. The second edition found us in the middle of COVID-19, so it was conducted virtually. Last year, we did it in Johannesburg, and it was both virtual and in person. And this year, we decided to come to West Africa, so go outside of Southern Africa, in this other part of the continent that is rich and diverse, because the objective that we set for ourselves is that each time we organize this meeting, we try to showcase the local problems, and those should be discussed during the meeting. So coming to Senegal in West Africa, we tried to have a strong local participation, and we thank all the colleagues from West Africa, more specifically those from Senegal. And what is peculiar about how philanthropy is organized in this region, because we have many organizations from Senegal and other countries in West Africa that are participating in the debate, because we are convinced that these debates are important, and the contribution of this philanthropic community is also of paramount importance. And philanthropy is a partner to development. We tend to think of PPPs, public-private partnerships, which are very critical partnerships, but philanthropy and the philanthropists themselves are partners for development, and they are extremely determinant. And at community level, this is what enables us to continue to operate. This is this helping hand that we are giving to each other, participating and contributing with our time, our talent, our skills, and building, co-creating projects together that is contributing to the resilience of African communities. And in the same vein, we are convinced that if the philanthropy community organizes itself better and we are able to establish a conducive environment to the flourishing of philanthropy, we'll be able to mobilize more domestic resources to support the development processes of the continent. And when we talk about the continent, as you know, Honorable Minister, we include our diaspora. And our diaspora, that is very critical because our diaspora is contributing extensively not only to supporting the livelihood of families and communities, but also development, because the resources, the remittances are accounted for to billions per year. And it is even stronger than development public aid. And if we take into consideration the history of the world and we stop for a minute and rethink our ways of doing and imagine a better future, it is also necessary for the philanthropy community to stop, mark a pause, and also reflect on how to support this process and participate in building a better future for our communities and continent. And that's why we chose as a theme for this 4th edition philanthropy at an inflection point, because the world is at its crossroads, and these trends cannot continue because we are moving towards chaos. Now, how do we stop and reflect on how to build a better world? The philanthropists are asking the same questions. They want to be real partners, collaborators of decision makers, civil society, and communities to build this better world that we want. I do not want to be too long. I just would like to tell you that we started with an academic conference at the Black Civilization Museum. It lasted 2 days. We had about 100 people attending that academic conference. Why do we call it academic conference? Because research and knowledge are part and parcel of what we should support and promote further. Development cannot thrive without research and development, and that's why we talk about economy of knowledge and knowledge society. And if we are aspiring to have this strong and performing and dynamic philanthropic community in Africa, we will need to be serious about research. Last year, we had a session in Johannesburg, and this year, we also held a very instructive academic conference here in Dakar. We came with a lot of researchers, academia, and university professors who participated. So we wanted this exchange, this cross-fertilizing exchange between decision makers, practitioners, the community as a whole, because there is no such knowledge that would be qualified as higher than another, because we need to bring together all sources of knowledge, learn from what our elders were doing, and find alternative ways and find solutions to our complex problems. Today we had a keynote address given by Mamadou Bitey, who is the Executive Secretary of the African Foundation for Capacity Building, CBF, which is a specialized agency of the AU for capacity building. So Mamadou gave us an excellent keynote speech, and tomorrow we will have another keynote speech by Professor Jerry SALY, who is with us, and tomorrow evening Dr. Akwasi will be giving us another keynote address during the gala dinner that we will be holding. And we have Natalia, who is also the Director General of UNFPA, and she's going to give the final keynote address on Friday. Another thing that we're going to do that contributes to building this community is giving awards, Lifetime Achievement Awards. I don't know how to translate it in French. Maybe Halil can help me.
Voilà, c'est la reconnaissance en fait d'une contribution que quelqu'un a fait. C'est comme un Nobel donné à quelqu'un pour toute son œuvre, quoi, au fond. Et il y a des gens qui ont travaillé énormément justement pour faire avancer la philanthropie, la renforcer. Et la première personne à qui on a donné ça en 2021, c'est Akwesi Edo justement, qui est ici. L'année dernière, notre frère aîné, Mentor Babamal, participé à la célébration de Akwesi cette fois-là. Et nous avons l'année dernière donné le prix à Mme Gracia Machel. Et cette année, nous avons créé un comité indépendant qui a fait la sélection et qui va nous révéler quel est le lauréat de cet prix aussi. Et ça va se faire demain soir, voilà. Demain soir, ici, à la rencontre. Et nous avons vraiment l'honneur d'avoir Baba Mal qui nous a rejoints ici, qui nous a toujours accompagnés et que nous remercions vraiment beaucoup pour l'appui et l'inspiration qu'il nous apporte par son travail et par les conversations que nous avons avec lui et qui va se produire ici lors de cette cérémonie d'ouverture également. Et le ministre Youssou viendra demain soir. Il devait venir aujourd'hui, mais il a eu un empêchement.
Minister Youssou will be here tomorrow. He should have been here today, but he will be with us tomorrow. So once again, I would like to thank everyone for your participation, for your kind attention, and tell you again, once again, Madam, thank you very much. Thank you for the time, the commitment, for this wonderful encouragement that you're giving us in what we do. Professor, thank you very much. The microphone is not on. The speaker's microphone, please.
Grace this occasion today. My name is Mills Soko. I'm a professor in international business and strategy at Wits Business School in South Africa. I'm also a director of development and partnerships at the school. Wits Business School is the graduate school of business administration at the University of the Witwatersrand, a well-known research institution that last year commemorated its centenary. Wits Business School itself is 55 years old and is one of the most recognized names in business education in Africa. But we are not just a business school in Africa, but an African business school. Part of our strategy is to therefore collaborate closely with other business schools in Africa. Another key strategic focus at WBS is to ensure we have impact. At the end of last year, we became fully accredited with the Association of African Business Schools, one of only a handful of schools that have been recognized by the AABS for the positive impact they're having in Africa. Under the leadership of Professor Beki Moyo and since its inception in 2017, the Center on African Philanthropy and Social Investment, otherwise known as CAPSI, has continued to break new ground, establishing itself as an international hub of knowledge, record keeping, and research into philanthropy. What philanthropy means for Africans, not only as understood by the Western world, and its role in building a fair, sustainable, and equitable future for all Africans. KEPSI and VETS Business School are deeply aligned in our vision and mission, and we share the same sense of urgency to find solutions to issues which threaten our future sustainability, one of the most pressing of which is climate change. Philanthropy in Africa is indeed at an inflection point and demands careful scrutiny on the part of researchers, donors, practitioners to determine its future direction. I will include also here policymakers and politicians. The use of innovation and technology will play a key role, as will our youth here and local communities and of course policymakers. It is exciting to be able to come together from all corners of the African continent this week to attend a fully in-person conference for the first time since the first African Philanthropy Conference was held at VETS Business School in 2019. I would like to pay tribute to the powerful network of people and organizations present here who not only form a strong collective force behind the annual African Philanthropy Conference, but who are also passionately invested in the future of our beloved continent. And these are all the partners who, alongside KEPSI, have worked hard to ensure that this important conference sees the light of day. These are the African Philanthropy Forum, the African Philanthropy Network, the East Africa Philanthropy Network, the Southern Africa Trust, and Trust Africa. In conclusion, together as academics, experts, policymakers, thought leaders, artists, we can make a profound difference to the sustainable growth and development of our continent. Welcome everyone, and thank you for having us here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Soto. Thank you, Ibrahima, for the beautiful remarks. Abamal va jouer deux morceaux.
Abamal is going to play two tunes, one in playback and one directly. And you have a message that just came to you. You have to listen to it. So before Mrs. Aïta Sall take the floor, we'll have this short, pleasant pause, musical pause, and we will now listen to Mr. Baban Mal. That's okay. Now we start with the playback.
SALY
Baba Mal. Baba Mal et Berita. Baba. Alors Baba Mal, aucun artiste.
Baba Mal, no artist, no African artist from West Africa or from the country here in Senegal has so much stamped the name of Senegal throughout the world because of the Wakanda movie, Black Panther. So that
Yeah, New Africa Forever. How do you feel? How do you feel singing with Baba Mal?
Yes. I feel honored as the future of African music. I am carried by legends. I am standing on the shoulders of giants today at the 4th African Philanthropy Conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Baba Mal, quel est le sentiment qui vous...
Baba Mal, what feeling do you have now at this very time? You have behind you sister from Podo, Senegalo-Gambian, a South African, and a room, an African room. So how do you feel with the microphone when you sing? Unfortunately, today I'm really happy, delighted. Sorry, we can't hear the speaker because of the microphone. The microphone, the microphone, the microphone. Can we have another microphone?
Échanger sur les choses qui nous...
And exchange, we are exchanging on things of import to us. And what is important to us today is to take our destiny into our own hands. Absolutely. And when we talk about philanthropy, we know. Let me take a simple example. Our Lebu parents, I was told that during the seasons, the crop cultivation periods, everybody would care for his own farm. And sometimes family maybe would realize that his farm was not very productive, that he didn't have a good harvest. And very late at night, after when all other families have harvested their farms, every family would come in front at the door of those who would be were not successful with a bag of rice, a bag of millet, 2 bags, 3 bags, 10 bags. Everyone would come with what he had and what he could give from the bottom of his heart. And that family would wake up in the morning and would see at its front door a whole pile of bags of millet and rice, and would not be able to say that these bags are coming from Halil or these 4 bags are coming from Baba Mal. It is the whole community that came to support them. That is just an example. That's it. That is a beautiful example to say that this solidarity has always existed on the African continent. And if Ibrahim Assal comes to see me and say that now we have decided to take our destiny in our own hands, our trade, what we are doing for our populations, and which doesn't belong to us, because he said it in his speech, because it is the way of demonstrating to the whole world that we can assist the poorer strata of the population, those who need our support. And this is what I am singing. This is what I have been singing all over. So I think that it is a beautiful example to have this audience, and all those who are participating in this conference are ready to give to the rest of the African population, to our governments, to our youth, and to all those who are in the economy, in the industry, to say that what we have, we cannot say thank you to life as long as we don't share it with the rest of Africa. I'm very happy, I'm very proud to be next to this charming lady, and I would like you to give her a very big round of applause. We have to support them because they are artists. And particularly when we're talking about women who have a lot of commitment ready to meet the challenge. This is why I was singing in African Women. When we start saying people like Aissata, our women at the forefront, in the economic field, when it comes to culture, politics, it means that things will change little by little on the continent and it will move forward. And thank you for having invited me to this event. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Baba Mao, once again.
Voilà.
There we are. Before you leave, let me call on Mrs. Natalia Kanem, who is the Executive Director of the United Nations Population Forum in New York. Please come here. Let me welcome Natalia with this song.
Akwasi Aido. Akwasi? No. All right, a song for Natalia. Akwasi Audo. Calling Sigmata. A song for Natalia. Thank you so much. Thank you. Encore une fois.
Once again, a round of applause. Thank you very much.
À présent.
We will now go on to the official opening with Mrs. Aissatou Tall Sall, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Senegalese abroad. You have the floor. Thank you.
It's my pleasure to see you again. So long time, I didn't see you. Yeah.
Thank you, Baba.
Dropped me far away to Podor. our common city. Thank you, my brother. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Good evening to you all. I would like to welcome you, warmly welcome you, and express my pleasure and honor to be here this afternoon to share with you these few moments of reflection on philanthropy. But before that, I would like to thank my brother Ibrahim Assal. Ibrahim Assal, who is an African who is always reflecting, researching, and thinking forward. Ibrahim, congratulations again for this new milestone that you are setting on behalf of our continent. Congratulations to you. Congratulations also to Professor Soho.
What you tell us right now, it's a very, very, very important on this critical issue about philanthropy. Thank you.
I was far from imagining that as a Minister of Foreign Affairs and Senegalese abroad, I would be here today to talk about philanthropy. And when, through my uncle Abda, who I would like to say hello to, Ibrahim told me that we are going to do the 4th edition of Africa Philanthropy here in Senegal, and we would like you to come and accompany us. I asked myself, what am I going to say there? And as time went on, I was thinking, and I asked myself, why not? The intellectual, the African, should be able to talk about everything when it's of concern. And this issue is of interest to all of us. For me, first of all, instead, I had written a speech, but I'm not going to read it because I found that it was too academic for the people I see here. I will give it to you for your archives. But I told myself, what are we going to say about philanthropy? First of all, I thought, well, philanthropy is about generosity. But I told myself, no, that's not it. I think that philanthropy is not about generosity. Philanthropy is not goodness. For me, philanthropy is when you feel the duty to do something with what you have. It is an obligation, but a voluntary obligation. So you see, these are contracting terms. In obligation, you have the duty. In a voluntary, you have free choice. So you have to bring the two together in order to get to philanthropy. There are many people who think that they are generous, but they are not philanthropists. You know why? It is because they think that by giving, they're pleasing them. It's for their pleasure, really. They're giving. By giving, they want to reflect a certain image of themselves. But philanthropy, you give because it is a duty for you to give here and now. And I try to find out whether we have examples of great philanthropists that could inspire us. Yes, of course, there are. Especially in the U.S., the Vanderbilts and all of that who built their fortunes, the Rockefellers, they were not doing it just for money. They were also doing it to give meaning to their lives. That is exactly what Baba Mal sang earlier on. Do things whilst you are alive, because when you are dead, that is what we will be celebrating. That is philanthropy, is saying that in my life, it is not just about eating and eating what I want. It is not only about being, once you finish eating, so what? What happens next? Is it only by eating and leisure activities? You need commitment, voluntary commitment in your life. A commitment because you have to do things even if you do not take any profit from it. For me, that is philanthropy. So if we want to see philanthropy as a voluntary duty to do things, then from that moment, 4 words should come to our mind in order to construct, to build philanthropy. The first word that should come to our mind is, first of all, power. And that it's power, there's policies, there are people, and there are practices. Those are the 4 Ps. Now, power as the one that should organize things. Why? Because in the beginning, we thought that the government can do everything. That's what we call the provident state, not so. But we realize that the state cannot do everything. It cannot do much, in fact, because it has its limits. So when the state is limited, because those who design the state, the actors of the state, the people themselves, take the baton and do things on behalf of the state. When these great givers were organizing themselves with their billions, they did not ask the U.S. government what they thought about it. These were the Henry Fords, the Vanderbilts, all of these people for whom every day we're reading about their history, their stories, in order to inspire from their lives. So power is important. We have to know that state cannot do it all, and we have to accompany in order to prolong the activities and even go beyond its actions. The second P, that is policies. Policies are imagined as a series of rules that are going to accompany and organize philanthropy. When in the so-called developed states, you want to take your wealth and give because you are a philanthropist, you are exempted from paying tax. You are exempted from so many things that you had to do as a citizen. But you are no longer an ordinary citizen because you are a philanthropist. So the duties that of a normal citizen, ordinary citizen, you are exempted from that. The state should know that, and we should start from now to start organizing the framework, the regulatory framework under which philanthropy should work. Because we have to admit that our countries are not used to that. We therefore need a corpus of rules that support philanthropy, that come and lay the foundation for philanthropy. That is the second P, which I believe is very important. The third is people. People in this culture of philanthropy that they should adopt. Many of us can be philanthropists, and you do not have to be rich, to be wealthy, to be a philanthropist. Philanthropy is a way of thinking, is a way of life. Ibrahim, you gave us an example that is very illustrative. When someone tells you thank you, you say in wall of Jirejif, you say Nyokobok. In Nyokobok, there is a spirit of philanthropy that is so natural that the person is not doing it just to make themselves be seen. They do it because it is natural for them to do what they are doing. It is a voluntary duty for them. So teach philanthropy. Go beyond what you are doing right now. Tell people who have the instinct, feeling of philanthropy in them, how to awaken this so that they can do more philanthropic acts. And I'm sure here in Africa, our land is very fertile in that regard. It is our culture, it is our civilization. We women know that in order to bring children into the world, to carry them in our bellies, to nourish them, take care of them, we know what philanthropy, natural philanthropy, is all about. And we have to teach that, we have to say it and say it out loud. And the other P is practice. Practice is saying that philanthropy is a model. Of course, the thief that becomes wealthy is not a philanthropy. So we should not consider such as a philanthropy. That is the bad philanthropy. They have They do not do it because it is a voluntary duty. So practices and the best practices of philanthropy we have to emulate, to know who is giving, how they're giving, and where they take what they're giving, where they have taken what they're taking. So philanthropy doesn't go without ethics and without moral values. It cannot go without ethical and moral values. You have to have clean hands, earn your life and be a philanthropist, or be a thief to become a philanthropist. I will say no, we shouldn't accept that. So teach the best practices of philanthropy. I think that is very important. And for that reason, when Ibrahim, you said that you have an award that you call African Philanthropy Lifetime Award, Lifetime Award Achievement. I think that is very important because it celebrates models. It's really, we need these things. We need it even more. Like I said earlier, each one of us has their way of being, it can be a philanthropist without being a billionaire that we are admiring from afar. So for me, those 4 Ps inspire philanthropy for me, the power, so that they understand they cannot do everything. Everybody has to do something, and we are all philanthropists. Policies, because we have to develop frameworks for philanthropy to work in a secure environment and normative framework. People, because they have to know that they have to take philanthropy forward, celebrate it, and best practice so as to put ethics at the center of philanthropy. Those, for me, are the 4 Ps that philanthropy inspire in me. And by saying so, I wanted to also say that I was very happy to be here with you this afternoon, to hear what you, Ibrahim, Professor Soko, said. Certainly, this evening I will have another idea of what is philanthropy. This evening I will even ask myself, how can I be an active philanthropist based on what I heard here today? And of course, celebrate the musicians, artists that are here with you, because they are the ones who can move philanthropy forward. Philanthropy for me also is about courage. Courage to have a commitment, to do things well, the courage to say, like I said earlier, we do things because we have to do them. We do not do it so because we are expecting something in return. We are expecting money in return, but we do it because it is our duty to do it, because it is something that we have to do here and now. We do it because when we do not do it, we have missed something in our lives. And what we want is to transform the lives of others based on, from our own lives, to work for others using resources that with our beliefs, doing things based on what we have, doing things because we believe in them, because we have to do things because we want to. That is philanthropy. Thank you very much for your lessons today.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Honorable Aissatou Tall Sall. Thank you for this wonderful speech on philanthropy. If there are members of the media here, I only have 4 questions, actually. Well, you have 4 questions to ask. 4 journalists can each ask 1 question because we do not have time. A question to Baba Mal, to Professor Soko, Ibrahim, or the Honorable Minister. Journalists, any questions? Just the journalists. No journalists around? Okay. So it's a pity that there are no journalists here. I am not a journalist today. Today, I am not a journalist. You're a journalist? Come forward and ask your question, please. Good evening. The media is here. The media is here. What media do you represent? I am the permanent correspondent of Media ITV. I have my other colleagues here. We were not prepared to ask questions. We would have loved, after the ceremony, have a press conference. That is what we were expecting. Is it possible to have a press conference? I do not think so, because we do not have a lot of time. So if you have questions, maybe you can ask it here now. Just good evening, Honorable Minister. Your name, and I am Abdoulaye Mal, journalist for 2S TV. I have a question for the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Aïssata Tall Sall. Like you said earlier, today we're talking about philanthropy, and currently in Senegal, we are under socio-political tension here, experiencing that here. So since we are talking about philanthropy, today, do you have a message that you want to deliver to the youths that are going out on the streets? Because you know that even if today people are watching our country, all eyes are on us. Do you have a message for the youth, and what message would you want to convey? Because the youth today would like to hear something from you. Thank you for that question. The response is not only for the youth, it's for the youth, it's for the less young, even the older persons. What we want in this country is, of course, peace, social peace, peace through politics, peace because, like I said, we have to live together. We do not have a choice. And the message is not only whilst we are celebrating philanthropy, we have this. We're going to say this message every day, but since we are talking about philanthropy, philanthropy refers us to generosity. Generosity is seen as a duty, as a voluntary duty, like I said earlier on. And from then, the only thing I can say is that Senegal is a country of peace and will remain a country of peace, because these youths you are referring to, these youths you're asking me to talk to, they have the DNA of peace in them. And there may be, we may experience problems. It can happen that there be tensions, but Senegal, its DNA is peace, and peace will come back to our hearts and our minds. That also is philanthropy. Thank you very much. Halil, I've been told that I have to officially declare open the 4th edition of African Philanthropy Conference. You see, I was here to discuss. I wasn't even thinking about my official position, but if I have to say it, I will say it. Now, any other questions? Or one more question from journalists. I am Samba Nyebeba, correspondent of Sud Quotidien. My question is regard to the loss of values and the lack of employment for youth and the topical issue that we are facing right now. I am Samba Nyebeba, correspondent of Sud Quotidien here in Mbour. My question is regard to the loss of values, lack of employment for the youth, and issues relating to digitalization, which is lacking in rural areas. We have seen that based on our experience, women in the rural areas cannot use their mobile phones in order to make their calculations, but today we have problems relating to connection in the rural areas. Can we expect that the philanthropic sector helps to reduce this gap, which is a problem for the education of the youth, which isolates women in rural areas? Well, Halil, I believe that this question is really not for me. What are they expecting from philanthropy in order to connect to rural areas? I just said I just officially declared open the 4th edition of the African Philanthropy Conference here in Dakar. And another thing I wanted to say, Halil, we are going to have a press conference. Before being Minister of Foreign Affairs, I was Minister of Communication, like you said. I remember that very often after saying something very important, the journalists, through parallel questions, will shift the cursor on what is the parallel and not what is important. Today, we are here to talk about philanthropy. Let's talk about philanthropy and not talk about other issues. Ibrahim, come and answer that question on philanthropy. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your speech, Honorable Minister. Now, to the question about access to internet connectivity, indeed, we have great interest in these issues. There are a lot of foundations that support projects in those areas in order to expand and democratize access to technologies, internet, to train on how to use these technologies. There are a lot of programs in that area. And we also have great interest in the landscape of such to ensure that we have an enabling environment so that access can be equitable and easy and democratized in a nutshell. And the democratic environment also helps to achieve that. The foundations are working on those issues, really. I think if you have time to stay more, you can discuss with the participants here. There are a lot of foundations represented here and who are working on those issues. You can have conversations with them to know how they are supporting, how you have to just, if you want a project in that area, you have to design your projects and just present them. In Senegal, there are organizations here who have the resources and have keen interest in those areas. There are new foundations that are coming, and some are specializing in access on helping women. And Angelique Kidjo, I remember her foundation that she just created also is working on those, and others, many others here present. So take advantage of their presence here to start a conversation with them and know what projects they are implementing. But the youth of today, they are the concern of everybody. I think we can all agree that the youth is the main force that we have on our continent, the main strength, and it is in our interest for them to develop. There are a lot of programs implemented by the government, NGOs, because we have to do it anyway. So, thank you. Thank you. Your question was very interesting. And like you said, the room is full of resource persons with whom you can discuss in depth on these issues. Ladies and gentlemen, please, can we have a standing ovation for this beautiful panel that we had this evening?
Et la photo?
And can we have a photograph here?
Voilà. Maintenant, nous allons...
Can we please be seated? Can you please be seated and allow the minister to leave the room? Thank you.
Bien sûr, bien sûr, bien sûr. En fait, j'étais 14 ans. Wow. Pour lancer un petit projet de télévision. Huh?
I'm kindly requesting for a picture with Lucy. I'm Tarisai from Zimbabwe.
Yeah, we'll take it. All right.
A nice one. Thank you. Thank you, my sister.
Monsieur le grand monsieur. Ndar Andou Maguette. Thierno Amadou Ba de Ah, d'accord.
Hello, hello.
Yes. Do you know what they're planning for the reception?
So we are shifting to the reception so that So I just need to bring 50 because once we take, we'll lose them.
No, we'll lose them.
Yes.
Yeah,
I hear they're feeling whatever thing